What's up there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Galaxy Battle 4. My name's Sir Danny, and well, we've been wrapping things up here at the Galaxy Battle series. We've had some pretty decent teams, but here at Galaxy Battle 4, this has been by far the most bombastic setup we've had thus far. We can take a look at the groups that we'll have at your disposal here, folks. Of course, Group A and Group B is looking pretty stacked, but we will begin things here with Group A, in which will include the squads like Copenhagen Wolves, Laser Cats, Fireflux, and Hawks. And later on, we'll also have a chance to dissect Group B. I won't be doing the casting. That will be wonderful M&J taking care of the mic and bringing you through the action over at Group B. And yeah, later on, we'll also have some amazing invite teams as well. But before that, I mean, look at Group B. Look at the names we've got here. You got Yano, TNL, Koi, and Ents Academy. Again, these groups are looking pretty stacked. In my opinion, it does feel like Group B is probably just a little bit more stacked than what you have on Group A. And that also means that Group B might actually have some upsets, guys. It might actually have some upsets that definitely want to keep a close eye on. But now let's take a look at the vetoes. Of course, first match of the day, Laser Cats versus Copenhagen Wolves. We'll begin with the usual suspects. The bands come out. Later on, the picks are pretty surprising, I'd say, coming out there from Copenhagen Wolves. I do believe they have been enjoying playing a little bit of Nuke, though admittedly, their results have not been the greatest recently. It does feel like they haven't really secured a berth in some sort of playoff and whatnot. Mostly feels like they've been dropping dead last in groups, but here at the Galaxy Battle, of course, we got a round-robin group stage, so they have a chance to play against every single opponent, and surely they might win against one of them. So, Dust 2 it is. You get to see a very aggressive early play there. Look at Magila and Tapeware with the early aggressiveness in the tunnels. This is exactly what you want to see out of Dust 2 CT side, and well, it's no wonder Laser Cats, they get overwhelmed. Not a single, well, a couple of frags, let's say. A couple of frags eventually go their way. And it will be the Wolves take care of their prey. So yeah, this is exactly what you should be expecting, guys. Dust 2 CT side. A lot of aggression has to be expected from the CTs. Nowadays, it has become a lot more viable, and you could even go far to say that the map has become a bit more interesting to watch because it's just not coming down to, you know, the default setups of the CTs that they'll keep two, maybe a couple players posted on long as well as B, but they'll be more than happy to be proactive. This time around, though, maybe a bit too much. I mean, you got Lonesome Era walking out there. Oh man, Andy just getting caught out. This is, oh my god. Oh no! Not like this. Oh man, Copenhagen Wolves to get absolutely gunned down by the Glocks. This is not looking good for Shane. Does get the one, not the second. Man, what was that roundabout? That was, guys, I'm gonna say it. That was shit. Man. And so the Wolves. The one great thing I'd say about this roster is that they do have some pretty good names on the mix. You cannot deny that. Guys like Shane have been part of the scene for a lengthy time, I'd say. Era as well, I've seen his name crop up, but he also got the youngsters in the form of Magila and Andu joining this team. It's just that right. You've got the pieces, but maybe all they need is just more time. Give them time. But now, worst part is, we've seen aggressive maneuvers in the tunnels. So far, so good for Laser Cats. They're doing a really good job at clearing out the uncomfortable angles. That's a good pickup for Tapeware, though. Uko anticipating the aggression, and Andu gets his. So, Laser Cats, you could say, or maybe fault them for spreading out too thin. And now they've lost some crucial gunfights, and they have no control of the tunnels as well. Does feel like Toxic wants to commit to this. There's a serious lack of intel. And right now, sure, Magic is trying to pull off some sort of fake, but he is yet to see a single CT player, and that will give him info that, okay, this is probably is a B stack, and what do you do now? I mean, Toxic, he doesn't have enough time to run it over towards A. All right, so do you have that one engagement? There we go. This might actually work out for the Magic. That's exactly what he needed. He needed to spot at least one player to initiate a gunfight, and now that gives a chance for Toxic to make his way into the bomb site. He really wants to pull the trigger. There we go. Gets the frag on one. We'll get that bomb planted. Has util to work with as well. Can definitely make this work. 1v2 will position himself at the backup plateau, and he's just waiting. His senses are tingling. The players are about to make their play at any moment, so he's at the ready. Mouse, palm sweaty, seeing the first player, doesn't pull the trigger. Oh no! The drag just doesn't work. And the Wolves, I think they have just enough time. Oh my goodness, that was cutting it close. I mean, yeah, you think about it as well. Era was the low HP guy, so if he ends up dying, let's say, Tapeware, I mean, there's no world he could actually go in for the defuse, so this was really relying on just that one kill. That one kill could have made such a huge difference, but now... Okay, cool. You got the Wolves picking up a forced by victory. Now, Laser Cats really have options. They could have gone for just a full-on eco, and basically that's what they've gone for, right? Economically speaking, money is just all over the place. You gotta even things out. But you don't want to make it too even. That way we'd have communism. What we do have is a play on the bomb site. Look at the advancement. Got Era and Andu picking up easy frags, and this time it's a lot better from the Wolves. They don't go out there dying one by one. So we've got a 3-1 scoreline. Now that I think of it as well, I think Era was actually... I think he might have actually been part of some academy rosters back in the day, so he's definitely been playing Counter-Strike for a pretty lengthy period of time. Maybe you could see he's the most experienced player here. Ooh, some burn damage coming through. That's a good one for Era, but quickly replied. And now, this is not looking too good, but I say that Tapeware and do big frags apiece. Magic and Nikita, they didn't even have any sort of map control heading into this round to get shut down super quickly. No control of short or even middle for that matter. But they can group up. Together they will advance towards the A bombs, and Magila is doing a good job of just dishing out damage. But man, that's a dangerous angle, but it's also what you could expect out of pro players in CS2. Just play right behind those smokes. On the edge of it, preferably. And so there we go. Victory goes the way of Copenhagen Wolves. It will be a 4-1 lead. For those who are wondering about the map picks we have, of course, take a look at your left-hand side, right below the mini-map. Those teensy-weensy team logos, as you can see. You got Dust 2 being picked by Laser Cats. Nuke has gone the way of Copenhagen Wolves, and if we will need it, a decider will come in the form of Mirage. A swift shot from Era. Again, no proper investment coming out from Laser Cat's economy is just not good enough. So instead, they'll just linger and wait. Perhaps someone might make a mistake. Tempe pushes through, Magila is at the ready. No problems thus far. I think that the Wolves are playing this one a lot smarter than what we saw in that second round of Dust 2, where just went out there looking for gunfights. And then when push came to shove, I mean, Lasercats were so quick to run up short that, yeah, the Wolves players were just caught with their pants down. The pants were down. I repeat, the pants were indeed down. The attack boss coming through. As Lizardcats now gonna try to discuss it, and like I said, guys, this is of course a group stage in which sure we have each group has 4 teams. All matches are best of 3. And every single team will go up against each other. So even if you fail in this best of 3, if you're Lizardcats or Copenhagen Wolves, you could still bounce back by winning your other 2 best of 3s that will be against the likes of Fireflux Esports and Hawks. Admittedly, I don't know a lot about Fireflux Esports, apart from some of the names you got there. Like Paz and Skrunk. Definitely the names that pop out in my head. Which is really, really surprising to see, I might say. Skrunk has been playing CSGO for what feels like since its inception, to be honest. Not sure where he's been about, but we can definitely tell where Lizardcats are found. It's the B-bomb site. Oh man, Aaron, not expecting that pace. Or that Magic was so close on the bomb site. And again, it is just Dust 2 shenanigans. The bomb site, firmly in the hands of Lizardcats. You get that bomb planted, it basically is round over. Retaking B is so difficult, not to mention that the Wolves, they didn't have a player, let's say, in lower tunnels or another player close by the B bomb site to make that retake just that more viable. So yeah. "5-2 will be the scoreline. Lizardcats could definitely use a few more good rounds their way. I'll also add that Lizardcats have been, I feel like, a bit timid on their T side. I feel like this changeup was a nice way to reapproach Dust 2, because they have been spreading out quite thin, haven't really, grouped up together and fight for any map control, not to mention any sort of ballsy plays like what we saw here on the B bomb side. Which, again, can't really even call it a truly ballsy play. I mean, that was a set play they had to push the B-bomb side. He had the smoke grenades ready. Lovely stuff. But now let's see if they can replicate the same level of success. And right now, the Wolves, they're ready. If it might come down to a B-bomb side play, they have 2 players here. And, well, one of them already drops dead. Like a sack of potatoes. Sack of Swedish potatoes. But the execute might come through once again. Shane is up close. The smoke picks up 2 massive frags. Now I do have Magila in the line with the ops. So many targets, and he picks the 1. Magic and Toxic still alive, but it is just Lonesome Magic trying to make this work. Toxic is way far behind, and as he replies, it's a bit too late. The letter is already lost at the post office. It's in the gutter. And so are the hopes and dreams of Lizardcats, at least in that round. 62 is the current scoreline. And I like the call that came through. I mean, you can see Lizardcats were kind of hoping that they might find maybe entry frag or something like that on the B-bomb. So that once they get it, they think, right, this is our time. We gotta push. I liked it. The problem is, Shay, he didn't like it. He was in a good position to shut down that push initially. And well, at least it's a good start for Lizardcats in this one. As we can see, Tapeware has picked up a coffin on his way home. Ela, good positioning for him, does get the one, but it becomes so awkward to make your way out of here. And Magilla, he actually had an opportunity now that you think of it. They had players in short as well as mid. He could have retreated, but they try to persevere here in middle. Yeah, no success. Toxic, big frags. And Laser Cats. 3 rounds to their name. 3 more remaining. Do see a pause coming through from the Wolves side. And well, yeah, the Wolves, they definitely need to get that round win as well. Because if you take a look at how things have been going for them economically, well, Magilla and Shane alongside Era are doing pretty bad in terms of economy. So if they end up losing this round, let's say the Wolves, no money in their pockets, Tapeware and Andu cannot help them. Cannot save them from the potential economical crisis. So winning this round is of top priority. And Laser Cats, well, I will admit, last time around, maybe they got a little bit lucky because the Wolves, as they attempted to push middle with their players, I mean, it was a little bit disjointed, right? It felt like it was more coming down to individual gunfights than any sort of proper plan for the Wolves. This time, though, Laser Cats, they just simply have the better spawn to move up A long. They get the initial frag. They've been really good at this. And I like the change-up as well. It's a hefty setup on A. And they realize that, okay, we're already a man down, so we could technically keep one more player at the B bomb site, but hey, we take it B, and a man disadvantage is already difficult stuff, so we might as well put more emphasis here, but again, coming down to the individual plays, and it's just not connecting. Era. Oh, how does he get that second? Not the third, though. Tapeware, the only line of defense right now. He's also playing super aggressive, ballsy stuff. And Shane, I felt like you should have just commit pushing long. Backing away, I'm not sure is the right choice. Because Laser Cats are just getting dangerously close towards the bomb side. Yeah, Shane will finally get in position to help out his teammate. Now there is simply no time to make a rotate towards B. Shane, that is a really good flashbang. Does get the one. It's headshot angle for Tapeware. Oh, they know there's a player right behind the boxes, so a good clear from Toxic. And a good round for Laser Cats. I kind of felt like that setup, Copenhagen Wolves have gone for. They probably should have just stick with the setup, right? They stick with the setup, and in that situation, you could say, right, we're going for a stack, we're going for a bit of a gamble setup, and worst case scenario, we at least get to save our rifles for the next one. And it felt like some players started to get a little bit timid. They're thinking, oh, what if this is the B play, right? We have no intel over at A long. And I'm not sure if the fight Magilla gone for short was the appropriate one. And now they got to suffer the repercussions. Magic. Double kill. This guy's just looking for some more, well, easy frags. They might find some, but admittedly, this is turning out to be an easy round for them. And doing a great response on Nikita. Wow, and a great second frag as well. Down to the 1v2, but again, not a lot of HP to work with, not to mention no kit. Position is compromised. It's so difficult to make your way back into this round, Andu. Might attempt it. Give it his best shot. Bam, that is a good shot on Magic. Sadly, though, Laser Cats still have what it takes to secure the victory, and now it is 6-5. So in terms of economy, what we can expect out of Copenhagen Wolves is, well, a purchase. Absolutely. Last round of the first half. Had a pretty good string of rounds, admittedly. But these past couple, you can see Lasercat's getting just a tad bit better on the T side. Once again, B has been pretty successful for them, so I guess no surprises here. Shane does pick up the first frag as Nikita doesn't do a really good job of clearing out the bombs that I feel like they're wasting a lot of precious time. And Shane, with a second big frag, whips out the pistol, but a 2v3. Damage has been dealt, and look at Yabuko. This is on prime positioning. He sneaks through the smoke. If you have any idea, well, they do, but eventually we'll just get that one. 7-5 it is. We have a chance to take a look at the profile pics of the players. From what I see, it's practically anime. And that spinning Polish toilet. Play out long from Copenhagen Wolves. Up against them aren't free players with USBs. This could really come back to bite them. I felt like they didn't utilize the USB long-range engagement capabilities. Oh, but that's a good one from Tempe. Peeking out dry. Oh, wow, Tempe. Massive frag for him. Down to the 1v1 Yabuko against Shane. And Shane has been doing a pretty good job thus far, but now he's got the high ground. Yabuko in this position, it's so difficult for the CT to get that kill, I feel like. Oh, he's jumping on the boxes, and Yabuko gets the final frag. Yeah, I mean, initially, that setup, sure, they get the initial frags, Copenhagen Wolves. I felt like that was pretty great, but again, I just feel like their spacing was a little bit awkward. I feel like they should have done just a better job once they had to make the cross towards the A side. All right. I felt like that way we don't see someone like Tempe who was just like clearly just spamming away with his USB and just getting 3 massive headshots. 2 of them, I'm so sure, were just lucky shots because he was just spamming away, knowing that players will appear in his crosshair. So yeah, 6-7. You can see that Wolves just they'd be hoping to catch a few players off guard, but yeah, Lasercats are just so ready for it. Have the players at the ready, picking up the frags, and so just like that, 7-7, I believe, is the scoreline. We got Lasercats winning the pistol, the subsequent round as well. It's actually not a bad setup from Copenhagen Wolves as well. Usually done with, but nowadays, because you can definitely expect, you know, the CTs being more proactive, they might consider pushing lower tunnels or even middle for that matter. So it does feel like, you know, if you're willing to be a bit more patient on that T side, you might just snatch away a kill or 2. Definitely keep that in mind, guys, for your matchmaking games with your friends. Yeah, slow one from the Wolves. Right about now, they executed long to get that long control, but Tempe's positioning is so good. They always have to be so wary of the pit position, and this 2-man setup could be lethal. They get massive frags on the back of it, and Tapeware, not a chance to back away, buddy. I feel like that was an unintentionally good setup for Lasercats. Good to see that Magic actually makes his way in long to help out his buddy. Because I do believe, yeah, I think it might have been Tempe who did spot out the players, or at least player singular. I And so the fact that his teammate is able to play off that information, swing out, go in for the fights, yeah, you could see that really it just catches the T players off guard. They were not expecting that setup at all. Especially not in the mid round. Sure, like initially, if you take long control, you could definitely expect 2 players, but in the mid round, it had become somewhat questionable. Shane, though, is attempting to go for this 1v3. Man, yeah, that's just not possible. Strong setup from Lasercats. So the scoreline shifting the way of Lasercats. Let's see. The Wolves have gone for just, partial investment heading into this one. Pistols, as well as some util to work with as well. Wonder if they have some sort of set play coming into this. Maybe they do. Look at the sort of heavy short setup they have. Oh, Andrew, he was so expecting for a flash to come through, but it just didn't happen. Once again, it's Lasercats who have the superior setup. Gunfire as well. So, that'll be the end here, guys. 9-7. Lasercats slowly but surely picking up them rounds. Once again, Copenhagen Wolves are just spread out across the map. Not really going for any early engagements, just hoping the CTs with the fact that he won a couple of rounds in a row. That gives them the confidence to make the aggressive plays, but nothing of it. Right about now, they begin taking some presence in Xbox as well as short. Toxic is definitely expecting some players to be there. If he were to go for just a little bit of a spam, he could actually spot out a few of them. Now Nikita feeling the pressure. Oh man, this short play works out beautifully for the Wolves. They had such a strong setup, Lasercats. 3 players at short, just ready and waiting for a similar play. And yet they only get the 1 frag, so Toxic and Magic still looking for some opportunities, but yeah. The positioning is just too good for Magila. In the off angle, nothing really Magic can do from this point onward. Just save that gun of his. Feels like that's probably the least he can do, and at the same time, the best thing he can do. Keep that gun for the next one. Okay, let us continue. 9-8 is the scoreline. The Wolves have done a pretty good and a solid job in that previous round. Sticking together on the short push, overwhelming a 3-man setup from Lasercats. That's one of those rounds where you probably have to see the replay, the demo of that, to actually catch the minute details of how Lasercats failed on that setup. Now we have Tempe. Play as the lone wolf. And no success thus far, and surprisingly we do have still Magic in lower tunnels, but it's Nikita and Toxic are backing away. They're expecting some sort of setup here in the long, and well, it's a nice double peek. Now it's time for Magic to sweep an easy frag on 1, as they were so certain that there's probably another ace stack. And even though I was starting to wonder whether Nikita made the right choice, but then again, Magic's positioning was key. He hears the players backing away, so it becomes obvious this has to be an A play. But now it's uncertain. 50 seconds, though. They're inching their way forward, and with that smoke, yeah, it becomes obvious for the CTs what's going on. And sure, they might try to abuse that gap initially, but yeah, the volumetric smokes, they eventually do fill the gap. Oh, how did he not see the player? There we go. Magic gets one. Era's aware both players right behind that smoke. Gonna isolate the duels. Maybe that'll be enough. He gets the one, and he's ready. Shotgun in hand. Oh, but it's Nikki T. Sipping tea after that victory. Pinky out. And victory goes the way of Laser Cat. Solid setup there. Solid retake, I'd say. In the 1v2. Eventually the 1v1. Yeah, big victory for Laser Cats. And it's still good to see that the Wolves to get a bomb plant, so they at least get some of that extra cash in. And with that said, they can still reinvest. But we have been losing these rounds in some close fashion, sure. Some rounds have been closer than others. Oh, look at that! Yabuku just pushes on through the smoke, and you can see Shane was just not aware of it. Good timing. And now, I mean, they just have so much info in tunnels, it becomes a no-brainer to just put more players over at A. And right about now, again, it's another commitment from the Wolves side, and yeah, that lower tunnels plays even, have really been messing things up. Andu goes down, Tapewer and Era still alive and kicking, but I'm not sure for how long. Those CDs are getting dangerously close. Okay, that's a massive one from Era. Second frag goes his way. All right. He makes it doable. Down to the 1v2 we go. He sees one player jump spotting. He has shifted his way out of line of sight. He gets the one tap. Oh, man, he was trying to really drag that crosser on Yabuko's head. He was running out of bullets, and he wanted to make sure that last bullet counts. And despite how close this round eventually ended up being, we saw that from the get-go, once Laser Cats had control of lower tunnels, once we saw, I think it might have been, was it Yabuko? I think it was someone else in long who spots other players pushing A. Yeah, it becomes so difficult for Copenhagen Wolves to even bounce back in that one. So yeah, what we have here is, again, aggressive maneuvers. This time with a little help. Some precise artillery. And Copenhagen Wolves, man, they are dropping like flies. 20 seconds have passed, but they made their way out of T-spawn, and now it's just a 5v2, and Laser Cats are not slowing down. You can see the players are getting ready for a big flank as well. Okay, he sees a lot of players. That's a good one from Era, though. But Andu, he's expecting more players right behind the smoke. Jump across, gets the one frag. That's big. Bomb plant might actually come through, but the CTs, they're getting dangerously close, but they're giving Andu a chance to isolate these duels. One player is making his way up ramp. They gotta try and eliminate them both together in a cohesive manner. And they do exactly that. Laser Cats have secured themselves 12, but the Wolves, man, I just feel like they're kind of running low on steam. Yeah, admittedly, things have been pretty difficult to say the least. This is where we're on the side of Copenhagen Wolves. You gotta wonder what's gonna come up next. They've tried brute forcing their way over an A. Sure, that short play they had initially worked out pretty well. Pretty smooth stuff. But I wouldn't be too surprised if B becomes an option. Still, they have, opportunities. They haven't really contested the mid area of the map. But that has been the stronghold of Magic with the sniper rifle, so maybe that's one reason why you'd want to avoid it. Oh, there we go. He's got full line of sight. That smoke grenade will, in fact, force him out of position. Tempe as well. Gotta make his way out of there, so good start for the Wolves. Tapeware's gonna continue pushing through the smoke, and he does see the player. It's not the only line of defense here. There's another player right behind that smoke if needed, but Yabuko, he's got his vision elsewhere. And now, this becomes doable for the T's to contest the B-bomb site. Oh no, it's Nikita with 2. And now it's time for Magila to step up and Magic. He's got the sniper rifle and he knows where the final player is coming from, so that's an easy frag for him. 13-8 Laser Cats. Well, admittedly, this was a tremendous CD side. Laser Cats really had some fine setups coming into the second half. I do feel like Copenhagen Wolves probably run out of some ideas on the sort of later portion of that second half. And admittedly, Laser Cats were doing such a good job at the CT side, going for those engagements, looking for those fights, being proactive. And so it's good to see them win map 1. But of course, this is a best of 3. So the second map will be coming right up. But before that, guys, we're going to a very quick break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map. Welcome back, guys, and welcome, of course, to Galaxy Battle 4. My name's Sir Danny, and well, we already had a chance to see the first map of the best of three. That was a pretty close affair, you could say, on that first half, but eventually the second one, it did go the way of Laser Cats, I'd say, in a pretty convincing fashion as well. So let's take a look at how things are going here over at Group A, of course. We do have the first match of the day. That is if Copenhagen Wolves versus Laser Cats. Later on, we'll still have some more games happening here at the groups. And yeah, of course, if you take a look at how things will be playing thus far, yeah, this is looking pretty good for Laser Cats, I'd say, to maybe get that win across the board. The big question is, of course, our second sort of map, and it's going to be Nuke. It will be the pick of Copenhagen Wolves, and admittedly, Laser Cats didn't really play that map too often. By the looks of it, it's a map that they tend to avoid in a bunch of best of threes they had a chance of playing. And the Wolves have, in some scenarios, have picked this map. So it feels like they are the more comfortable team heading into this, but we'll have to wait and see. Pistol rounds galore, Copenhagen Wolves T-side it is. So Yabuko, first man of contact. Waiting for a potential push to come his way. Tempe is up close with the USB. Maybe could be doing a lot more damage. In fact, he is dishing out the damage. Look at this setup. Super quick adjustment. Laser Cat's so aware of the play, and yeah, they got this pistol round on lockdown. So yeah, oh, there we go. Victory goes the way of Laser Cats. So yeah, this time around, let's see some more of that outside action. As yeah, the players at the Copenhagen Wolves have decided, you know, no force play into this one. We'll just have to play it safe. Get these ecos out of the way as soon as possible, and later on, yeah, we'll see how this one pans out. And as you guys can see, this is a round where CTs that don't really want to take too much action. They do want to get overwhelmed, and I like that they're playing just a little bit farther back, but not too safe. Just using the guns to their advantage. Admittedly, one player drops dead, but I feel like that's not that big of a deal. 2-0 though. That's an okay scoreline to begin things. But the real fun begins now. We'll have a proper purchase coming through. Obviously, on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, we're not expecting, let's say, an AWP just yet. Economically speaking, they'd be better off to just save up some more cash. The rifles definitely give them the pace they need for a potential fast play, and they deployed some smokes already over the outside area of the map. A as well. Lots of nades, but admittedly, no map control. And I feel like Laser Cats have a pretty good read on the situation. That's why Magic has returned back towards ramp, just in case this might come down to the B play. Because I think Laser Cats have a really good read on the situation. There we go, first player peaks, and Magic so quick with the AWP. A good start as well. Now, this doesn't ring any alarm bells just yet, but this is a really good readjustment from Copenhagen Wolves. Instead of just committing down lower, they're going for the wraparound. Have at least one player making his way on Heaven. With CTs, they're starting to feel some pressure over at A. The question is someone looking towards Heaven? No, and that's a big mistake. Huge opportunity for Shane and Andu. Tempe might just be able to catch one of these players off guard. There we go. They're not out of this one just yet. Though the T's are in some really good positions. You still have a player in heaven. Tapeware on the hut. And I'm not sure what Magic is up to. Is he making his way through the vent? I guess. There we go. He's been spotted, and now they know the positioning of the final player. Shane is a pretty good spot. Peeks out with the AK just in the nick of time. To grab Copenhagen Wolves there first. And I'm quite surprised to know that that's just that one round loss. Basically just wiped out the deposits of Blazer Cats. No money to work with, so yeah, it's no wonder we get to see Nico coming out. But that's a nice start. I mean, Toxic getting one. They have successfully made their way across Secret, but what is this? Toxic given an opportunity to get a second frag as well. Oh no. Oh no, what is going on? Finally, Shane comes in to try and stop the madness. I think he comes in just at the nick of time. Nikita, though, is in a solid spot. Will he be checked, though? Ooh, timing is everything. Shane is not aware of it at all. That should be... Oh, man. I felt like that should be an easy one for Nikita. Now, some of these players are incredibly low in HP. Incredibly. Should be easy. So, maybe there's still a chance for Ibuku to use the smoke to his advantage. He's about to clear. Yeah, here are a lot of those players right behind him. Oh, oh no, undo. Man, this guy is so aware. And two it is. But at least now Laser Cats do have just enough money to get by. Get that purchase in. Okay. Wow, that is a very ballsy play coming out from Tapeware. Insta door close, and now some good lobby control for Laser Cats as well. I feel like the Wolves, they wanted to commit over at A, but first and foremost, they gotta clear out this position, and it is a little bit awkward, but massive frags galore. Now they have almost full control of the A-bomb site. Sure, Toxic and Magic still thinking of their possibilities, but I feel like, yeah, this round is practically over, and they would be just much better off to save those guns. Ooh, I'm not really sure if they were meant to go for this, to be honest. At this point, just retaking the bomb site with no kits as well. Probably better off save those guns, keep them for the next round, and so 3-2. The Wolves might actually start to, you know, slowly but surely run away with this first half, if I'm being honest. As you can see, scoreline where Laser Cats just have to go for the eco. Looks like the Wolves just want to go for it. Maybe good old-fashioned execute on the A-bomb site, though that is just the one month. I thought we might see some more. Alright, there we go. There's one of them. forcing Nikita out of position. But with all that said and done, this should be just an easy walk in the park for the Wolves. There we go. They're pouncing on the A-bomb, so they cleared out the player in HUD. Who could have realistically, posed the biggest threat, I'd say. And yeah, this round will just simply fall apart for Laser Cats, but that is part of the course, going up against an eco like this. Oh! That's okay. Those are some two okay frags. Oh, okay, another one. So, what was supposed to be a much cleaner round becomes just a little bit more costly for the Wolves. Right, good to see Laser Cats back with a proper investment this time. There is magic on the sniper rifle, so you can really pose a threat to the opponent's outside presence of his. Ooh, that's actually really good smoke pop. Undo. Oh man, magic. There we go. That's the threat I was talking about earlier. Getting himself 2 big frags, and I feel like that gives someone like Ibuko a bit of a false sense of security, but yeah, okay, he was so careful peeking out ramp that it doesn't die in the process. So, a couple more players left standing, and they might just get picked apart one by one. And they should begin to realize that maybe the final 2 players are indeed outside A in lobby. Toxic seems to be aware of the possibility. Does have magic to back him up, who's been doing so good with the sniper rifle. And once again, it's Laser Cats to claim victory, though it's still going to take some time before they can, I think, even feel comfortable on this first half. But I will admit, this might be a good start for them. Sure, the Wolves have gotten themselves a nice run of form, 4 big rounds, but economically speaking, again, money's just not looking good. Money is not looking good, so going for the eco, sort of half buy, probably is for the better. Though I say that, eventually some of them have kind of forced up, so, well, oh, it feels like Tempe is expecting that someone has made his way down secret, and he's right about it. The pace coming out from like Magila, and oh right. Now the CTs are kind of weird that this might be a B play, but look at this. Gotta make their way back outside. That's a nice smoke grenade to block off the vision of Tempe. Oh, that is so unlucky. Now, if anyone's feeling the pressure, yeah, it's gonna be magic. Oh no, just look at the pace of this round. It's so good from Copenhagen Wolves. Right now, Nikita, he'll try to use the smoke to his advantage to try and hide and hope he's not spotted. But man, oh man, do the T's have a good chance to win this round. They've even recovered some weapons on the back of it. So now bomb plant, as expected. But this retake to me is looking so difficult, perhaps even impossible. Position's also not the best. Okay, they're just gonna try to persevere, expecting someone on the hut. There's one player in the form of Andu, but the response is a little bit lacking. And they're definitely lagging behind, so yeah, it will be a 5-3 scoreline. The Wolves, man. That's a solid victory. Something I did not expect to see whatsoever. a proper victory by all intents and purposes, and so, slowly but surely it feels like they might just start racking up some more round wins here. So yeah. Now this is how things are looking. And they're not looking good. Okay, Toxic is just firing off some bullets, and well, he does get the one frag. I mean, this is what you expect from the lonesome player wielding a proper gun to go out there and look for some of those engagements to make the life of the pistol players just that tad bit more easier, and I feel like he's done enough. Even now, he might just get himself a big frag, but yeah, Shane and company will continue making their way down secret, whereas Magic, oh, there we go, does recover a rifle for himself. It's just that eventually the Wolves, they will still have control of the B-bomb, so it absolutely a bomb plant as well. And I think a victory alongside it. Oh, that's a good run from Tempe, though. Retaking the lower bomb site is still a bit of a hassle. I wonder how much success can a guy like Magic find with that AK of his. And moving in quickly. Again, I'm expecting Magic to find some success. Gets the guy in defense. I guess he's now hoping for both players to be here. But hope is not enough. We gotta see action. Time for some action. It's just that the Wolves were just better. Some other, we do get to see attack pause coming through. This time around, Lasercat's hoping to secure at least those 3 final rounds on Nuke, and then I'd say, okay, if that's the case, we definitely have a game on our hands. But I think that's the only way we could say that we have a game on our hands. Magic again, just going out of his way looking for some of those opportunities. That is a very long range fight. Already puts his team in a pretty winnable position from here on out. But man, Toxic either could make, this is a sort of make or break play, and it's definitely making it work. A 4th round for Lasercats is looking inevitable. They got full lobby presence, no one in ramp, so it's obvious if there's anyone still left standing on the Wolves side, they are making their way down secret. Tempe, he's got the intel as well, so they know what's going on. But I'm really surprised that they're still holding on to lobby for this long. I feel like at this point, they should just start making their way down B. That's exactly what we're seeing from guys like Yabuko. But again, he's just a lonesome guy here. We should be expecting those rotates a lot sooner, to be honest. Ibuko does do a really good job to survive for another, and so Lasercats, 4th round it is. Yeah, surprised to know that we do have a bit of a pause come through for the Wolves as well. I'd say they were kind of in cruise control. But to see them take a pause, I guess, you know, they still realize that they're still kind of in a precarious situation here. They're hoping to, you know, just maybe get a few more rounds in for them. They'd be really happy, if you like. I'm sure they'd love to get some more rounds in. But now, as you can see, the guys here on the T side, not a lot of weaponry or utility to work with as well. Oh, it feel like they needed a second nade there, but Andu just pierced through the smoke, and a massive frag goes the way of Copenhagen Wolves. And now Yabuko, ooh, he did hear the player jump down. Oh man, that's a massive tag. He is incredibly low. Okay. That gives a chance for the Wolves to just book it towards the B bomb site, and we've already seen how slow some of these rotates have been from Laser Cats in this round. Again, is no different. Yeah, admittedly, it does feel like Laser Cats have been pretty slow to react whenever it comes down to a B play. So yeah, we'll see. Round is looking good for Copenhagen Wolves still. Even in a 1v2 like this, but maybe it might actually work. Oh no, Andu is taking his sweet time, and that will be a victory for Laser Cats. Oh man. Oh man. That is a round you just do not expect to lose. Oh, and I think it looks like Era has also disconnected from it. Ooh. That's a pretty surprising victory by all intents and purposes. I did not expect to see Laser Cats to actually bounce back from that. And yet they do. Man, the Wolves were just looking so good at that round as well. I was so sure they'll take control of the bomb set and eventually just win it. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I really hope it's not a serious issue or anything of the sorts that we could actually keep on going. But hey, maybe Laser Cats, what it takes to actually secure that 6-6 scoreline. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, for those who are tuning into the broadcast, of course, today we will have 2 best of 3. So this is the first one over at Group A, Laser Cats versus Copenhagen Wolves. And of course, we'll also have a second best of 3. I do believe that's going to be Yano versus TNL, which should be a very interesting matchup indeed, because we are talking about the same Yano roster that I believe also played over at Elisa Masters Espo. Not Espo, though there is 2 O's at the end. It's Espo. Yeah, just looking back at the previous round as well, I mean, we're just talking about a 3v2. Actually, at one point, a 4v2 retake on the lower bomb site, and yeah, it just does feel like Copenhagen Wolves were just going for some unorthodox fights they probably should not have gone for in the first place. Which to me kind of spells that, sure, individually speaking, this team can definitely do a really good job, but I feel like some of those individuals are too much. And I think that's really... So, I'll have to wait and see if this really continues. As here, see some more individual gunfights, but the problem is it's Lasercats winning every single one of them. And right now, I feel like, yeah, the half is coming to an abrupt end. 6-6 will be the final scoreline as Lasercats managed to, well, kind of bounce back, I think it's fair to say, with those last couple of rounds. Making this first half, I'd say, a lot more successful than they probably should have had any right in being. Because the Wolves, they're really doing a fine job with their executes on the lower bomb site. They were so quick on some of those plays and some of those pushes that basically there were more than a few moments in which they just catch the players, the Lasercats, off guard. They were just not aware of how quickly the Wolves can move in. And sure, we saw them playing on the CD side of this too, where it did feel like the situation was pretty cool. But now I think there's going to be a lot more pressure for Lasercats to find success on the T side, of all places. That is a really good crossbar setup, but how come they're not getting any frags? Lasercats, they enter a bomb site that's filled to the brim with CT players, and yet they're the ones to not drop a single player. Like, how does that happen? Wow, that's a victory for Lasercats. Man, I did not expect to see that whatsoever. So yeah, let's take a look at how this upcoming round will play out. By the looks of it, Lasercats have decided they want to stick together, which I really do respect, and Wolves also want to stick together. Believing this might be a potential execute on the A-bomb side. And yeah, Toxic is just so aware of the potential push to come through. That's why just holding the angle, waiting for someone to come his way. And yeah, I kind of dig the approach from Lasercats. This has been, sure, they're going up against just an eco, but you got to be super careful in rounds like this. And yeah, here as well, two-man setup, clearing out the angles, checking every single nook and cranny. There's no CTs hiding or playing hide and seek. And I think this is where the T's are starting to get just a little bit wary because, okay, we haven't seen anyone, going for some outlandish push. So chances are they're probably just stacking one of the bomb sites. And as you can see, sure, we have a really cool setup here from the CT side if players would make their way out of mini. The problem is they will be exposed if they make their way up heaven, but that doesn't seem to be part of the game plan. Looks like they might just walk past the CTs entirely. Very much a pacifist approach to a round like this. Right now, the timer's starting to tick. 15 seconds, they'll begin their descent on the B-bomb site and of course get that bomb plant, and yeah, round's gonna come to an end. But what will the Wolves do? They're gonna try to go for it through ramp. Or actually, no, I was kind of sure they might try to go for it, but it looks like they decide, you know what, we're just not gonna give up our lives. It's not worth it. Save what we have. Keep it for the next round. And yeah, they thought about this rationally. That there's really no need to give up our lives. No need to give the opponents the satisfaction of killing us, not to mention racking up money from our dead corpses. Fair enough. 8-6 will be the scoreline. Lasercats, I feel like to still contest the second map, winning the pistol round is a really nice little buff. But this is where things do get more interesting because It is now the force buy. Well, not the force buy, the proper investment. The first gun round. That's coming through from Copenhagen Wolves. Admittedly, looks like this, guys. No sniper rifle in the hands of Era. I'll see if that's going to impact the players that much. And while Andu has been doing a stellar job at the CT side, the T side, some of his teammates have been a little bit lacking. But maybe the CT side is exactly what the doctor ordered. As now you can see Tapeware in a completely different element. Going for the aggressive play, but how is Toxic? Oh no! Toxic was just holding that angle ever since the start of the round. And he still doesn't win it. It still does go the way of the Wolves, so... Phenomenal opener. Oh, just tapping away. Era is incredibly low in HP, but he's somehow alive. He even taps away onto Tempe. Finally gets put out of his misery, but damage is dealt. This is a peculiar setup as well. Magila just holding on to the smoke. He'll be the first point of contact, and Shane can then just execute the players. Should be a good setup. Ooh, that's a big one from Andu. Now he sees both players, so it becomes pretty obvious that, alright, coming down to the A plate is Yabuko and Nikita moving in. Oh, they actually get a big frag on one. They have no idea how close the CTs are, and that's the ace up their sleeve. Shane is moving in. Oh no! They did not check Nikita. Big mistake because Magila is close by, and now it is just Lonesome Magila to win out the clutch. 1v2. A good adjustment from Copenhagen Wolves to actually push through Mini. And sure, while they were expecting at least one CT to make their way, they did not expect the second. That's definitely a big win for them. It's just that, you know, after this victory, again, their economy is basically going to look even worse than what we saw in the previous round. Which is not great. Okay, back at it again. Lizard Cats. Well, I talked about as well how Copenhagen Wolves are not looking that hot in terms of money, but you could also make a similar fight for Lizard Cats as well. So maybe a round like this does cause for some more faster rounds. Oh, what is that? They just get sandwiched in, but Magila accidentally kills his teammate. Yeah, very peculiar sort of play, if I'm being honest, from Tapeware. I mean, he's already holding the high ground. Jumping down just doesn't make a lot of sense. He pays the price, of course. Ooh, and this round is just not looking good. Once Magila picks up the 2 frags, it just felt like this whole setup falls apart. And sadly, there really wasn't much of a response. Yeah, can't really blame Magic in this situation. I'm gonna save that gun of his instead of just, you know, dying, eventually just giving it for free. But it does mean the upcoming round will be pretty difficult for Laser Cats. Again, economically speaking, back to the eco it is. Maybe the hero AK could still be of some worth, I feel like. But to me, Nuke does have the sort of same statute as something like Inferno. It is so difficult to find entry frags on those maps, right? Because on Inferno, I feel like realistically you can find an entry frag if you're solo playing practically on let's say banana if the CTs are playing aggressive, but chances are if they're not playing aggressive, going brackets is practically impossible. And maybe if you peek out a library, there's a chance, but again, there's also a big chance that the CT on the other side is just holding some sort of off angle for you not to spot him out that easily. And I think Nuke does have a similar situation where finding some of those entry frags is just so difficult. What if you're going to go out HUD? The players have some really good positions. I guess ramp realistically is one of the areas where it might be more possible. You throw some bodies, some of your teammates, then you swoop in as the second or third player entering, and maybe you get that frag. And yeah, now comes the footsteps. But we should also start seeing some frags. There we go. There's the first one from Magic. A great response from Gabuko. So entering the B-bomb so becomes a lot more plausible. Miguel, though, is here. He's been slowly but surely racking up some of these kills on the CT side and is expecting a lot more players to come his way, but Squad is not 100% sure if this is the final play. Let's pick up the one, goes in for more, but a great trade from Nikita. Now on to Tapeware. Just enough time has been wasted for them to make their way here, but Nikita gets caught out. And it is just Lonesome Tempe remaining in the 1v2. The glass has been broken over at control room, so there is a chance for him to maybe hope to spot a player here, but at the same time, Tapeware has just changed up his position drastically, so it's not enough time for Tempe to clear out these angles. Might actually try to make for a very ballsy play, or he's gonna go contamination, I feel like. Doesn't have a lot of time, but if he does get that one frag, this could be enough, but no. Tapeware holds a superior angle, and the hero AK play initially was looking pretty okay. Initially, they were getting some of those important kills, but I felt like there should have been some more team cohesion entering the B-bomb set itself. Then again, Magila doing a pretty good job holding on to his position for as long as he did, even getting the 2 frags. I'd say is already pretty good. So yeah, scoreline is 9-8. Right about now, you can see Copenhagen Wolves starting to get a lot more comfortable here in the CT side, even picking out some better guns to work with, including the sniper rifle in the hands of Era. Ooh, that's a big one from Andu. Let's get the frag on Nikita. And now you can just see Laser Cats, even though they end up losing that first player. I'm not sure what's up next. Oh, okay. I guess that's what's up. Good shot from Toxic. Puts his team at least in a more winnable 4v4, but again, this whole second half could still go either way, I feel like. Oh, Tempe's playing a dangerous game, but Shane, man, that is a really aggressive maneuver. I'm surprised now the Tapeware just didn't peek out together, double peek. Now they're just gonna commit on the bomb side here. Tapeware doing a fantastic job, spins around for 2. Bomb plant is looking good, it's just that it's planted in a very precarious position. And right now, oh man, Magic, that is such a ballsy play. Swings out wide, as you should in CS2. But then again, if he dies, that's practically round over, but there's the reply from Magic. Now, Era is expecting to make his way out of the vents. He's not 100% sure if he has actually made his way through. His position. Laser Cat. Like I said, both teams economically position. Still get economically reset at any moment, and the Wolves like because they have to face that harsh reality of running low in rounds and also economy, they just force buy. Even the Victor's Laser Cats, we look at some of the guns they've opted to go for, Galils as well as the UMP, which is a gun you don't get to see that often nowadays. I feel like That has become so wildly accepted at, right? Even the MAC-10 that doesn't dish out a lot of, let's say, damage against armored opponent is still the go-to SMG. Oh, what is this? What just happened? Look at the commitment on the A-bomb side. It just falls to pieces. They get absolutely wrecked. Luckily, they still have the bomb to work with, and I'm really surprised that Lasercats, you know, they probably should have expected their opponents to be on a lesser purchase. So going out like kind of so fast and loose on A, I felt like that was a mistake. Time will tell. Because Lasercats, they've been doing a pretty good job at winning some of these rounds, despite the fact that they were on the losing end. This time could be no different. Yeah, of course, a lot of time has been already wasted. Tempe will not see a single CT, though. This might actually be the call that, okay, looks like the A-bomb site is relatively clear, but we still got to be careful of HUD. So I got HUD. Magic, you can take a look at what's happening on Squeaky, and there we go. That's a big frag for him. He can plant the bomb in a safe position as well. So Lasercats find themselves a really good opening in this one. A 2v2 post plant. Where Magic is expecting the players to be up close, and there's both of them. Oh, he gets the one on Magila. And Tempe gets his on Andu, so Lasercats a proper 4v2 once again. Even though you take a look at Copenhagen Wolves, and I'll keep on saying this. Fact is, the Wolves have been doing a pretty good job, you know, finding some of these opening frags, you know, individually. But when it comes down to the team play, I feel like this is where the guys are really struggling, because there we're talking about a 4v2, right? 4v2 in which you feel like, all right, even the 2v2, they still have a chance to go for the retake, but once again, I feel like spacing is a little bit off. Team play as well. And it's really coming back to bite them time and time again. This time, though, the fast plan, the A-bomb side works wonders for them. Are they really just going to have all 4 players just walking up heaven? Right. Cool. Flash. Let's see. Damage goes all the way. And Lasercats just racking up easy kills. 11-9. And if there was ever an opportunity to pick up a tactical pause, I'd say this is one of them. I'd say this is one of them. Yeah, like I said, tac pause coming through as well. Things are starting to get pretty dangerous, I would say. It is kind of do or die situation for the Wolves. Sure, they've gone for the eco in the previous rounds, so now they have just enough money to get that purchase in. But by all intents and purposes, this is where I feel like we might see some more individuals try to make those plays, which again has worked for them in the past, and probably they should just keep on doing it. It's just that there will still be a moment where they have to stop, play it safe, and don't commit. Because I feel like overcommitment has been a pretty big issue for them, and this is surprising as well. Lasercats responding with a tactical pause of their own. Now, remember, of course, if there is a tac pause, so that's a chance for you to speak as well. So I guess while the Wolves were talking, Lasercats were also having that discussion, but it feels like that discussion was not enough. They need more. Okay. Shane. Oh no! That is. Oh man. Poor Shane. He's being gunned down. Knives out. Luckily, he's got backup in the form of Era. So that will slow down the incoming push. And look at this. Out of nowhere, Copenhagen Wolves find so many big frags. In what? A span of just 5 seconds? This is really good. The Wolves will love it. Not so much the Cats. So 11-9 is about to turn 11-10. And a must-win. Bounce back, I'd say, for the Wolves. This was crucial for them to get it over. Across the finish line. I guess, you know, he might as well just keep that gun of his. Why not? But yeah, pretty impressive victory for the Wolves. I felt like they were doing an okay job trying to force some of those engagements here. Lasercats just going for fights across the map. And I think they might have had, you know, 2 players pushing up ramp, a couple guys pushing up outside as well. It's just that no dice. No success. And 10-11 it is. Now, I wonder if they want to replicate something like that once again. I feel like to try and replicate that is pretty difficult as well. Definitely keep that in mind. It is starting to become, like I said, a really tight scoreline between both squads. Hard to say who's going to come out on top. Despite the fact that Lasercats, yeah, right now they're in the lead, but it's not like it's some kind of massive lead. It's not huge in that sense. Again, early Molotovs being deployed here from Lasercats. Some damage already being exchanged, but nothing major. It's Ibuku now. Having a lot of presence in outside, so much control, and this is the one round Copenhagen Wolves they consider to have not a single player in outside. This could really come back to bite them because Toxic is already so close finding these frags. In fact, maybe his services may not be necessary at all. Toxic, oh no! He was so focused on HUD. He did not expect of Andu's position. Oh, look at Era as well. That's Shane to get the frag on Magic. That would have felt like should be an awesome round for Lasercats. Yeah. It's coming to an abrupt end now, isn't it? Tempe spots up the player. Admittedly, Era was holding a very wide sort of angle. So that gives him a chance to book it towards B. Maybe even get that bomb planted. Even though Tapeware is incredibly low at HP, this is still a 1v3 we're talking about. Ooh, the Molotov. Just at a nick of time, but at least that's a bomb plant, and at least that's extra cash for Lasercats. And yeah, it's no wonder Tempe's gonna try to get up close. Challenge the players. Do some duels before they challenge him. Oh, but he can hear a lot of them. He knows the day will come his way. He will get the first, but of course not the second. And the Wolves, they bounce back, putting us to 11-11. Yeah, this puts Lasercats in a pretty difficult position, as you can see. Not enough money to go for a proper purchase, so it's gonna come down to just some upgraded pistols, the AK in the hands of Tempe, and And now we got Andu, era of racking up kills. And it's good to see as well that even though Andu was doing a lot of good work on the T side, it's great to see that he's also keeping up that same level of performance here on the CT side. And luckily, his teammates have also been chiming in, so it's just not that one-sided, let's say. It's a team effort, a team contribution. So 12-11, Lasercats now taking a tech pause of their own. So kind of a do-or-die situation for Lasercats, as you guys can see. For them, they might just bring us into overtime if they secure this one round, but fail here, and we're jumping into the third map of the best of three. So obviously, a lot riding on this one. Matters for both squads tremendously. Right now, side is the name of the game, but look at Tapeware. He's been doing this stuff ever since the first round of the second half. Oh man, you can see Tapeware. Finally, it succeeds for him. Once again, he gets a big one. And Yabuko in a prime position to get a frag at least on one, but he's still waiting. There we go. Finally pulls the trigger to get one. Oh! Oh, okay, that's a buddy of his. I thought I might have seen a CT model, but not to be seen. Toxic now making his way in hell. And he will try to go down secret, I believe, alongside his teammates, so he might just catch CT here in the form of Shane, but he is putting himself ever closer towards the bomb site. You could see that he's expecting someone to make their way out of ramp as well. Oh, or maybe not. That is a very, very exposed angle, so an easy frag for Toxic. Oh, but look at this, not expecting of Era. And sure, bomb will get planted. That's good for the T side. The CTs definitely want to make this retake work. Magic. Player just a little bit farther back, but he does not get that one, and it is Lonesome Tempe in the 1 versus 3. So many players to find as well. You should be doing a good job of isolating him, and timing, yeah, it's a little bit off, and so Copenhagen Wolves have what it takes to secure the victory on that second map. But man, this was not an easy victory at all. This was a feisty battle between both squads. Eventually, we do have the victory going the way of Copenhagen Wolves, but yeah, admittedly, this could have gone either way. I feel like I even felt like this could maybe even be Lasercats' victory, because they did have a bit of a lead in that second half, but eventually goes the way of the Wolves, which does mean a third map will be necessary to decide the victor. So guys, we're going to a very quick break, and once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that third map. Okay, what's up, guys, and welcome back to our best of three. Now, of course, we already had a chance to see the first map. That was Dust 2. Later on, it was Nuke, a pretty close affair by all metrics. And now, of course, we will have our third and final map. But before that, you can also take a look at how things are shaping up here at Group A. Of course, it's still very early on to talk too much about it. It is the first day of Galaxy Battle 4, and this is, of course, the first match. It is Copenhagen Wolves going up against the likes of Laser Cats. And for those who do need a bit of a refresher on what sort of map we will be playing next, it is going to be Mirage. So I feel like it's a pretty good middle ground, but I do feel like it's quite hard to say who's going to come out on top, because once again, I can tout the individual skill on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, and they definitely have been looking individually relatively solid. But at the same time, I do feel like some of those individuals have costed them more than a few rounds. I feel like this is a team that probably still needs some more time to cook before they could actually get some of those particles down. Whereas you take a look at a squad like Laser Cats, and yeah, they've been playing CS for some time now. This core in particular, I believe their latest addition has been the likes of Nikita, and I'm not sure how long he's been in the roster. Probably like a couple months, I'd say. And even though, if you take a look at the rankings and the teams they're playing against, Laser Cats, they're not obviously not playing against some truly great opposition. But then again, what they have been doing is just showing off that, okay, they can not just rely on their individuals. They got some, tactics laid down. They have a really solid approach. I feel like their communication is probably just a little bit better as well. And yeah, I think all those factors are definitely helping out Laser Cats, and they probably should help out them in this third and final map. But again, this is Mirage. It could really go either way. So yeah, let's see, guys. And it's just Laser Cats kicking things off with the CT side, and Copenhagen Wolves are in a very, very slow start, I'd say. Not being too fast about it, but pace is going to come relatively soon with Magila picking up that one frag, though Yabuku doing a pretty solid job of holding on to the bomb site for as long as he can. The damage is being inflicted, and already this is looking like a pretty much round over, I'd say. Copenhagen Wolves, they got this one on lockdown. But Magic and Nikita giving up that easily, just looking for some chances, but just not getting anything done. So yeah, at the end of the day, this will be a victory, I'd say, for the likes of the Wolves. Full control of B bomb set. They're even gonna try to hunt the final few CT players, so why not get that hunt in? Oh, Prey fights back. Wow, Nikita's doing a pretty good job at surviving by all intents and purposes. Alright. Heading into this one, Laser Cats do go for a force buy, which I feel like Mirage lends itself to force buys, absolutely. It's a map in which going for such plays does make a lot of sense, but you should also somehow shape your setup, and that is something we've also seen from Laser Cats. There we go. That was a attempt to push Palace. Problem is, Shane is on the other end. He already picks up 2 big frags. Maybe Tempe can still find some success in Shark, but it does feel like this round is coming to an abrupt end. Tempe gets a nice frag on Tapeware. Maybe they might just gang up to take care of Lonesome Magila, but good. There we go. Okay, he gets it. So yeah, victory does go the way. Copenhagen Wolves. force buy nonetheless, so that gives them the chance to maybe even pick up a third round moving forward. Now, Mirage does lend itself to still, you could say, pretty interesting map. Just because it has been in the map pool for a very long time. I know that some well, maybe not even players, let's say fans primarily, have some sort of Mirage fatigue, but it still lends itself to some pretty interesting gunfights. The fact that you could still change things up on a map that has been out for over a decade at this point, definitely, I'd say it's a strength more than anything. And here as well, try to go for a bit of a stack. Lasercat's in connector, and Tapeware actually is doing a pretty good job for the position he was at for Delphin. So there we go. That round's over with. 3-0, but now let's see some big rounds. Some big plays. Okay. Might see some more players making their way down mid. At least that's what I was hoping for the Bulls, but really nothing of the sort. Instead, in a round like this, you can see it is Lonesome Yabuko holding on to the bomb side. Now, there's a lot more pressure mounting on the guys. It's no wonder rotations are in, and Yabuko gets a jumping Emperor with a shot. Great response from Magic as well. Like I said, rotations are in, and it does help that Lasercats are doing a fantastic job holding on to the bomb side. Shane takes the hit at the very end. So yeah, not a bad situation. 1-3, solid hold, exactly what you want to see. So it kind of felt like in a round like that, it does basically boils down to the B play. Sure, you still have a player that's in top mid, but if the players can't really find any success on the B bomb, so that lurk basically just doesn't get activated. It can't really get anything done. In the post plant, sure, it becomes super effective, but not in that situation. And so I was thinking that maybe Lasercats might opt to go for some early fights in top mid, but we are seeing some potential pushes over at ramp, which is usually how it goes. I mean, it's either push over towards mid or sometimes Palace, and ramp is an option. This time around, Palace it is, but it's Nikita to get that first. A big frag for him. Huge opportunity. And there's just 4 more players left standing on the side of Copenhagen Wolves. Now, of course, by losing a player in Palace, they have no idea what's going on as well. So they could be expecting someone in Palace by this moment. Luckily, they've cleared out T-spawn, so they don't have to worry about, let's say, a potential backstab. But it doesn't make their situation any easier, because 50 seconds left on the clock. You have to commit on the bomb side, and sure, the connector player will cause some havoc, draws attention. Oh, even more than that. You got Undo with 3 massive frags. As Tapeware's positioning and connector was key, I was quite surprised to note that Lasercats, once they see that one player in connector, he just draws all of their attention, allowing Undo and company to make their way out of Palace, just rack up all the kills. And I would have loved to see Undo's POV, how successful he was. Yeah, this round, yeah, it's just gonna come to an end. Copenhagen Wolves, that's a good one. That's definitely a good round. They could really be happy with what they've managed to achieve in this one. Considering they were the ones on the back foot. They ended up losing the first engagement in Palace. And now they're the ones to bounce back as well. So, impressive stuff. 4-1 is the scoreline, and they might just even extend their lead just a little bit further. Lasercats, again, not looking hot economically. Man, Tapeware, he has been... Oh, what? I wanted to say that Tapeware was so successful with some of these fast plays, but what is this? Out of nowhere, just massive frags go the way of Laser Cats. Finally, there's at least some kind of response from Shane. But I feel like the damage has already been done. And this position as well is just a little bit awkward because, yeah, you got Magila clearing out the B bomb site, but I don't feel like this should really cause any sort of swift rotations, to be honest. As you can see, yeah, bomb's gonna get planted. This is looking pretty good right now for Laser Cats to just close this one out, get this victory across the finish line, and there we go. That's gonna be a victory. Laser Cats somehow bounced back from an unbelievable round, but let's be real, the star of that one was Toxic in that positioning and underpass. To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen that position in the past. I feel like that was actually a really solid position to take. I feel like they really did a good job at positioning their player, Toxic, in such a prime position that the Wolves, they were just not expecting someone, well, something of similar nature. So yeah, big play for sure. And now I feel like this gives Laser Cats such a lifeline. Which at one point I felt like, okay, I'm not sure if they have what it takes to continue fighting, because I felt like the opponents were just looking a tad bit better. Maybe this can all still change. There we go. You can see some initial fights happening in underpass. Meanwhile, the main play is over at A. We're seeing some of that util being deployed. Things are definitely looking up. As we get to see the players here on the side of Copenhagen Wolves now, looking for some opportunities. They want to play this one just a little bit aggressive, just a little bit proactive to make sure the CTs don't even think of going for the retake, but they're still going for it. It's just that no success thus far. And Yabuka with Magic, yeah, this round is just going to come to an end. There's really nothing the players could do with this position from here on out. So yeah, I feel like this is the right call to just back away from this one. Save the guns, keep them for the next round. And yeah, that's going to beat Copenhagen Wolves now, getting 5. Yeah, 5-2 scoreline. I feel like that's pretty okay. Let's see if they can find any more success moving forward. As in a round like this, I was kind of hoping Laser Cats might be just a bit more proactive, but really we're not seeing any of that, which I feel like that's a bit of a shame. I feel like on Mirage it should be quite proactive, but I say that, and I was focusing all my attention in middle, but let's take a look what's happening at the B apartments. We have a player like Yabuka who's played pretty aggressively in that position, so he's going to come up huge once they begin to realize that maybe this might just be an A play. And Yabuka's position is just key right now. That gives Lasercast the chance to play just a bit more proactive in middle. This is exactly what you're seeing from guys like Toxic, but Tempe is yet to reply. His position, I'd say, is pretty okay. Oh, man, he's just going to walk through the smoke. But, yeah, you can see Era was expecting a player to push through. And look at this. Look at where the frags are going all the way. Of Copenhagen Wolves, and there's really not much of a response. There's one at least. But I feel like the Wolves have already done enough. And that's a shame. Because take a look at this round. And I was so sure that they have what it takes to, get themselves the round win. But apparently not. And 5-2 is the scoreline. As we can see, Yabuko, there we go. Player going down. 6-2, I think. And yeah. This has been a pretty, by the looks of it, a solid performance so far. Can't really blame the guys, to be honest. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. Here on the T side, we get to see Copenhagen Wolves just, yeah, looking for some more opportunities. That's going to be, oh, okay, a big reply from Tapeware, because now it was starting to get a little bit scary. Some huge map control for Lasercats. And now, oh, some refrags that are big as well. Lasercats, once again, they're on the pistols. And they're doing so much good work, and Yabuko picks up another massive frags. Guys, I feel like, again, it's coming to an abrupt end now, isn't it? I mean, Era is still left standing, but the damage is done. And this round is just over, isn't it? I'll see, though. Can Era find any success in a round like this? I have my doubts. So, what's going to happen next? Okay, so here we have Era just trying to save that get of his. I'm surprised that he's still at a pretty exposed angle, if I'm being honest. Because by this point, there could have been someone like Ibuku just, sneaking past him, getting a frag. Now I can see Era is starting to question that being a possibility. Fair enough. So yeah, right about now, gun is going to get saved. Yeah, 3-6. Oh, once again, a good start here for Copenhagen Wolves. Picking up the early opener. I'd say that's a very dangerous setup in the connect. Oh, man, it's Magila and Shane. Picking up big frags in underpass. Again, this round's just coming to an abrupt end. I mean, the Wolves are just running away with this T side. They've been doing some really good work, and it's showing. Maybe in a round like this, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen next. Ibuko tries to move in, but yeah. Round's over. Lonesome Tempe is just left wondering what has just happened. And the answer, well, we know what's happened. Big round. It's gone the way of none other than Copenhagen Wolves. 7 rounds of the T side of Mirage is already a good scoreline, and I think they'll be really happy of what they've managed to achieve thus far. And it doesn't feel like it's going to be over anytime soon as well. Like, this run of form has been tremendous to say the least. Oh, maybe Tempe. No, he was so focused on the footsteps that he heard that, yeah, no idea what's happening. To his right-hand side. It looks like one of the players of Lasercats is also disconnected, I believe, which is, yeah, that's really not good. I hope it's not something serious and they can get fixed here as soon as possible. all in all, I mean, I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in to the broadcast. We have over 300 viewers. So it's really great to see all of you jumping into the chat. Watch the broadcast. That's a pretty exciting game as well. I'd say it was quite hard to predict who's going to come out on top, but now I have an inkling that maybe the Wolves do have what it takes to secure that victory. That's at least what I'm hoping for, but we of course cannot be 100% sure. And in all fairness, I mean, Lasercats, I believe they won just basically 2 rounds that were just like weird purchases, sort of half buys, forced buys kind of thing. But in terms of gun rounds, I mean, it's been lackluster to say the least. Practically not existent, to be honest, which I think it really goes to show that they definitely needed a lot more, right? They needed a lot more to cook with. So yeah, pistols galore. Once again, Copenhagen Wolves slowly but surely now entering the bomb site. They got a clear route, Lonesome Nikita, and that's not a big deal. Now the other players will begin to realize, okay, this is in fact the commitment on the bomb site, so we gotta move our butts towards A. But the round's over. We can see bombs been planted, and the Wolves will secure themselves a comfortable 8th. I don't think there's really much more that's left to discuss. At least a couple guns been saved, but that's really nothing to write home about. It's just armor, basically, that was important because you don't want to use that scout moving forward, I feel like. Or maybe Magic does. Now, I do feel like to some extent we have more or less kinda neglected, so to speak, the scout as being a really potential gun in like real gun rounds. I feel like that gun could definitely get some more love. Oh, what is going on here? That's already some big frags across the map, and I feel like Lasercats might have actually won. What is their first or like second gun run through this entire half? So that's something. All right, there we go. That also got a little bit scary. Came down to the 1v2 at the end, but eventually it goes the way of Copenhagen Wolves. And yeah, at least they have themselves 4, right? But again, that's really nothing to write home about. I feel like they definitely need a lot more rounds. Oh, wow. Big frags coming out from Lasercats, though. Got Tempe and company. Already taking full control of mid, and from here on out, I mean, Barrage is their oyster. They could do whatever they want. They could do whatever they please. And maybe in a situation like this, we might see... I guess it's a simple commitment on the bomb site. At least that's what I'd be thinking of. There's really no need to complicate things, and that seems to be part of the Lasercats mantra, which I do respect. Taking matters safe, being cautious of their approach, But it's not like the Wolves don't want to try. It's just that they're not finding any big frags just yet. Let's be real, the round is just coming to an abrupt end. Era and Tapework could very, well, easily, I'd say, maybe even safely maintain their weapons moving forward. But, wow, they're actually doing a pretty good job at killing these guys. Wow, they've actually killed every single one of them. It's just that, yeah, there's no time left at the defuse. If he were to have a kid, he might have actually just won this round, which is ridiculous to even ponder. But yeah, that kind of is the case. They might have actually even almost won this round, which is just crazy to think of. Let's see how this one's gonna keep on moving forward. 8-5 it is. So now for the Wolves, they have a pretty big bank of rounds. They really didn't have to play this one, I'd say, too risky. And by risky, I mean trying to go for a force fight. They could just avoid that force fight. I feel like that's really not necessary for them. Instead, get this eco out of the way as soon as possible. And then let's think of, okay, we're going to have weapons to work with. What's going to be our play? Do we just want to play default 2-1-2, or maybe we want to be a bit more proactive with our first gun round? They'll have the opportunity, and they'll have choices to make. And here, let's see. We got ourselves Lonesome Tempe now making his way through connector, just looking for some opportunities. Now Molotov will force a few players out of position. I feel like that's actually not a bad crossfire they have decided to set up. I feel like one of my favorite eco setups that I have seen was actually just someone from the CT side that's just baiting it short, just making sure all those players of the T side that do take mid control just go through short. And then you have 4 players from the CT side just popping out a connector. And the guys who were so hyper-focused on short don't seem to realize what's going on in that other side of the map. And boom, just frags. Easy frags. So yeah. Here we have... Oh, the first gun round, but I feel like it's already coming to an abrupt end. Just look at the positioning out of later Cats era as well, and such an awkward predicament. And already the bomb set has fallen. It's just Lonesome Magila and Ando remaining. And realistically, I mean, these guys can't really do much. I mean, this is practically round over at this point. So they might just maintain their guns, and that is really the only thing they can do at this point. Just maintain their guns and keep them for the next round. It's a pretty solid scoreline. It just goes to show that nowadays in CS, it does feel like it can be quite easy to sort of equalize the scoreline, despite the fact that you might have had a pretty good lead moving forward, which, as we saw, Copenhagen Wolves, the end of the first half with like with 8 rounds to their name. And you're thinking, all right, that should be enough for them to just, you know, get a good start, maybe close things out. But as we saw, I mean, not really, to be honest. It's not easy, from what we can tell. So yeah, I think he just holding the angle. I don't think it is, but surprisingly, it's Magila to come up with huge frags. Sure, they spun out the bomb, but that's nothing major, I'd say. Still, the round is very much in the hands of Laser Cats, and they're the ones that can dictate the pace of how they want to approach this one. Does look like the bomb plant will commence, but before that, they still eliminate a CT player. So things are really looking up for them. What is that from Andu? Oh man, I cannot believe the spray connects, and now down to the 1v1. Mano a mano. As it is just Toxic now. Left in an almost unwinnable position, I feel like. Maybe could still pull it off. Maybe. But I do feel like we should start. Oh, no way! Timing is just unbelievable. I was so sure that, okay, we should just start probably thinking about maybe this is a victory for Laser Cats, but Andrew. Oh man, unbelievable read from this guy. Like, he has been like such a solid player for Copenhagen Wolves, I feel like. Has really been a great addition for them. And sure, you could see he's already got some of that Tier 2 experience, which is definitely important, I'd say, in this level still. But man, oh man. If there was ever a chance, or sort of ever a round that should really, like, mess up the mental of Laser Cats, like, that is definitely the round, right? That is definitely the round. Let's see, though. An execute of the B-bomb set is pretty likely. Caleb with a great pickup on one of these players. Gonna keep on moving forward, but I feel like positioning is not that bad for the CT side as well, but it's Tempe already with big frags. And is there a reply? Is there any kind of response? We can see, well, I think it's a bit too late. Toxic takes care of Tapeware. It's basically all on Shane's shoulder. He's the only line of defense. And yeah, he simply goes down eventually. So, by this point, round is practically over. Yeah, not sure what more we could really expect out of Lonesome Magila, apart from just saving that gun of his, to be honest. Like, saving that gun of his, to me, feels like it's the only thing you could do. Man, this is this has been pretty frustrating to see, I guess. Copenhagen Wolves were just in a really good position, it feels like, just to close things out. But now, I think it's fair to have second doubts, because Laser Cats on this second half have been looking stellar and stellar, even better and better with every single passing round. Yeah, 9-8. And the fact is, we might even start talking about a potential 9-9 scoreline if things will... I mean, if things will keep on going the way they have thus far. Yeah, that could really be a plausible scoreline if this keeps up, but... Magic again. Opener on B. This opens up the bomb site. Tempe even gets a grab on one. Doesn't get it on Andu, but I feel like the fact that Laser Cats have already controlled the B-bomb, so this really seals the fate of this round, and you can see the Wolves, they don't even want to contest this one. I mean, they know the round is practically over. It's up to them to just save the guns, and Laser Cats, well, now they're going to be in a prime position to finally equalize the scoreline. Which is, yeah, something I did not expect to see, and yet here we are. Terrorists win. Bomb gets exploded. was kind of hoping that we might see some sort of tactical pause or something like that moving forward, but I guess we're just gonna, well, keep on moving forward. But I do feel like the situation is really intense right now. Hey, but that's a good start, Shane. Getting the early frag, and there we go, Era as well, so maybe that's the start Copenhagen Wolves needed for a very long time. As we can see, the situation is pretty okay now. Could this be enough, though? Already very, like I said, winnable situation. Tempe is looking for some opportunities in mid, but nothing does present itself except more devastation. As it is just Lonesome Nikita left standing. But his teammate Magic. And together, they'll try, of course. They will try. They have money in the bank. So for them not to try would be the question, so to speak. $16. Well, all right. Well, looks like they will not try. I was really hoping that we might actually see them trying to go for it, but apparently that's not part of the agenda. They simply decide to opt out of it. It's 10-9. Scoreline is looking, I feel like, pretty tough. It's anyone's game. Oh, and already some big damage being inflicted there in middle. That shouldn't cause any big changes, I'd say. Not just yet, at least. Let's see. As on the side of Laser Cats, a lot is running with this one. Oh, that's a big one from Shane. We're starting to see some more proactive maneuvers out of Copenhagen Wolves, and Shane, there we go, a second big frag. There's still a lot more left standing, but it's Tapeworth to respond as well, and maybe they might just get it across the finish line. Right about now, things are really starting to look up. Just as doubt sort of began to seep in. Now see a good situation that could lead to a victory, but then again, wait just a second. We could see that on the side of Laser Cats, they've managed to get that bomb across. It's a bomb plant, good. But now the retake is on, and it is just Lonesome Nikita left standing, which I just don't see him surviving this one. That's a good shot, though. 3 more players left standing, and yeah, they've got his number. And they sure as heck have got this round under wraps. 11 rounds for Copenhagen Wolves. Things are looking tight, I'd say. This is not looking easy for the boys, but they'll try to just push on through. They'll persevere by pushing on the B bomb site. Right about now, positionings are looking pretty good. The Cats are doing their best, but it's simply not enough. The Wolves have arrived, and there's some really good positions to just end this round. And I feel like, yeah, this will come to an abrupt end as once again we see the ways in which Copenhagen Wolves picking up now 12 to their name. Which does signal that it might be coming to an abrupt end here, guys. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves, they allow Lizard Cats to get back into this one. And now these past couple of rounds have been so dominant. They probably have what it takes to secure the victory, right? Might just be another exit here on the A bombs. So far, so good. That's Tapeware picking up 2 massive frags, and well, where's the response? Well, Tapeware is the one dishing out damage. And guys, I feel like this is gonna be at the end. 12-9 will turn 13-9, as it is just loads of magic in a 1 versus 3. And they have done it. Copenhagen Wolves have closed out the series, which was a really competitive series. I mean, at one point, when we saw how Nuke was turning out, it really could have gone either way. It could have been a victory for Laser Cats, but as we saw, Copenhagen Wolves managed to bounce back. They get the win on that second map, and eventually, third map, though relatively close. At the end, we saw it go one way, the way of Copenhagen Wolves. So guys, thank you all for tuning into the broadcast. My name has been Sir Danny. There's still going to be a second best of 3 coming right up, and that's going to be the wonderful M&J taken from here on out. So guys, once again, thank you for watching. We're going to jump to a brief break, and once we'll be back, we'll bring you a second best of 3 of the day.
Welcome back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle. You've got a new face, right? Obviously a long break after Danny took you through that Copenhagen Wolves victory against the Laser Cats, but an exciting one that went to 3 maps, and hopefully we'll see the same again here. We've got TNL versus Yano, two teams that have been on decent form recently, a very new-look Yano roster. We'll jump into that a little bit further in just a moment. But yeah, a team that I have high hopes for. They've got some brilliant pieces within this squad in the Finnish scene. We'll take a quick look at the bracket first, though. Look at this. It's a pretty fierce one here in Group B. Yano and TNL kicking off our first match then, and Koi against Ents Academy. Koi kind of taken a bit of a step down the ladder, really, haven't they, recently? Not been performing to the level that I think people have really grown to expect out of them. And, yeah, I think that's actually going to be a really interesting game because Ents Academy are a team that I'm very, very fond of and have really impressed me time and time again recently. So, seeing these picks and bans, Inferno and Anubis gone, picked into Mirage by TNL, a Nuke pick by Yano is a bit of a curveball, and Ancient as that third and final decider. Now, there's not a lot of insight I can really give when it comes to this map veto, because I don't know what maps this new Yano roster's really going to be playing, right? As I say, other than Alu, who's obviously that core piece, the other 4 came in just 8 days ago on the 11th of November. They did have Henu playing with the roster, even though he didn't officially join until the 11th as well. He'd been playing with them a little bit longer. He was part of that great victory that they had in Elisa against NIP that I think a lot of people were talking about for quite some time. But without further ado, we are already underway here. For map number 1, Mirage. TNL's pick, and they're starting off on their T side, and looking like they're going to poise over towards this A bomb site, where Ariel and Yellow are sat patiently waiting. Ariel, brilliant position in sandwich, but one that will go checked and cleared with the molly. Still, he's able to find a head before he falls, and 1-for-1's not so bad in such circumstances. But under a lot of pressure, Yellow seems to be dealing with it nicely. Big headshot followed up. Eventually traded, so a 3v3 bomb site obtained. This C4 should go down, but they're taking their sweet time with it. They want to clear CT first, make sure that there's no immediate threats that could deny that plant. And Alu, dispatched of, gives them that advantage further. So time ticking away, numbers in their favour. Henu and Arax trying to stop this ship from sinking, but it's not going to happen. And all onto Henu's shoulders. He cannot find a head. He's tapping away, but no success. Zogan will finish off the job, and TNL will take the pistol round in quite a nice fashion, to be perfectly honest. So a good start from them, that's for sure. Hopefully the start of more to come as well. With it being their pick, you do expect them to get that ball rolling early. This TNL roster actually quite a young team, the youngest of which being Stomac, who's just 17 years old, but even as the team as a whole, an average age of about 19. So, yeah, young players, exciting stuff. Onyx really been the star of the show for this team so far, and he's kicked off delivering that straight away too, double killing the pistol, but he's had the highest ratings in the past couple of months. Sogan straight out of the apartment. It's a bit of a field day for the SMGs to rack up some finances. Yellow and Alu make things somewhat expensive, but a bit of a blessing in disguise perhaps for TNL, who will only lose those SMGs. They'll carry across both the premium rifles. They'll get $600 a piece for each of those kills. And they'll move into round number 3 with a 2-0 lead. But now they have got to face up against the big guns. M4s come out. Alu on that AWP, and Util. Maybe a little bit sparse, I'll be honest, but certainly a sufficient amount to make something happen here. Yeah, Ariel did play for Yano as well. You're right, Weekendo. Not too recently, not as recently as Henu had been, but yeah, of course Ariel was part of a previous iteration of Yano. I don't quite remember when he left and came back. I think it's been a while, though. It was back in CSGO, wasn't it? He was part of that team.
Bomb has been planted.
In fact, no, I don't think that's right. Yeah, he played with the core and stuff, but Ariel hadn't been part of Yano before. Just did my fact checking. Not sure who I was then thinking of. Ah, he had. Ah, he played very briefly. He played very briefly, December 2023 to January 2024. So he played on them for a month. He played a few matches. Actually, yeah, eight total. Yeah, it did kind of ring a bell, and then I went and checked, and it said that he hadn't. But yeah, HLTV says he played 8 games with them at the start of the year. So you are right. A little bit of a reunion. There, up close. Stomac with a nice headshot. 3-0 start for TNL. Kind of brushed over that last round. They just breezed right through it. Had no trouble. Made it expensive on the save as well. Yeah, I'm able to pull out another buy here, but finances really building for TNL. We once again have a man advantage. Make that 2, courtesy of Zogan. Spamming away. Can't find anything more. This has got to just be a done deal again. I mean, Stomach's got 1 HP, but cannot do any further damage here. Now, I'm not too sure who Stogan is. I'm going to be honest. Ah, no, I do. He's in my notes. There he is. Yeah, 19. So Zogan's registered on HLTV, but he's not registered on the roster here. On the pit. It's all a bit of a mess. I don't know. Low buy here though for Yano. They're at the point where they've got the max loss bonus saluting over them in the next round. So, oh, that is crisp. It just puts you in a position where you can just say, you know what, screw it, we'll go for a force buy here as long as we keep around about $1,000 in the bank. We've got enough for the buy in the next anyway, but it doesn't seem to do them anything anyway. Yellow last alive. Yeah, HLTV have definitely been contacted. They've become really scrutinous in the past sort of year or so with the events that they let on the platform, and even though there's similar prize pool events and things like that, a lot of the time they require you to, as an event, sort of have a bit of history, and they won't necessarily have your first few seasons on HLTV, but then by the time you get to season 4, 5, 6, and you know you've built up a good rapport of paying out the teams and all of that jazz, then they'll start listing on the platform. So yeah, it's just sort of HLTV tightening up their rules over the past year or so, I think. But hopefully, either the playoffs of this season or future seasons will be on HLTV, and then we're flying, right? Yeah, they had Henry at that Elisa tournament. That's what I was saying. He played in that infamous NIP game. Here we now, Luke. Oh, this is a better start for Yano. Finally. Showing us a little bit more of what we're used to from this Finnish side. He's Carnal by himself. Bottom at his feet, and it is obtainable. No one's pushed ramp, but he's not going to be 100% sure of that, so he does have to slowly clear it. comfort. Timing. Ooh. Gets away with his life there, but surely not for much longer. 45 seconds on this clock, and realistically, he needs to just go and take a fight and die, otherwise he risks dying after time. And there it is, Yano put their first on the board, and lovely, lovely stuff from them. A quick tack pause from TNL, just to work out how and why things went so horribly wrong there. But yeah, much, much better stuff from the Finns, that's for sure. This time last year, I was actually in Finland. It was bloody cold. I was in North Finland as well, so in the Arctic Circle. And it got as cold as -30. And it was dark basically all the time. I think we had about 2 hours of sunlight, maybe 10 a.m. until 12, something like that. And it wasn't really sunlight either. It was just a little bit brighter than dark. And then the rest of the time, it was just dark. It was very cool. It was a cool experience, but very depressing. After a week of not seeing the sun, you just yearn for it. It's human nature, I think. Even the gamer in me couldn't handle it. Yukitoro, lovely entry. And a better start after getting absolutely stomped in that last round. Alu with a refrag back. This fight between Hennu and Zogan means everything. Zogan will come out victorious. The numbers continuing to tick in TNL's favour as they've now obtained that mid-control as well. That all-important pincer that is so desperately required to overcome this A site. Zogan just taking a step back for now. His teammates patient in Palace, but Gans pretty far up. They do need to start to make a move here. There it is, Stomac. The first blood on the A site. Zogan, nice and patient, pokes out, catches the rotation frag, and it's all onto Alu. He drew first blood at the start of this round, but since then, he's been rather quiet. And he now needs a 1v4 ace to continue the streak and put Yano second on the board. Knows that off the contact, there'll be a Palace peak. One of the smartest players in the scene. Reads that one like a book, but there's not a lot more he can do here. He has got a kit. It's an open plant, though. Fly out with the USP. Takes another. Okay. All right, Alu. All right. Makes things interesting for a couple of seconds there. The final two are actually pretty far away as well, so I don't think there was a world that he could have jumped and injured that, but kept them on their toes, that's for sure. Gets out there with 5 HP as well, that AWP. Still on his back, but as I say, makes it expensive. Nice little 2k in pursuit of the save. Nonetheless, the money's still looking pretty hefty here for TNL. So Molly down into ramp. Stomac. Looking to be that first point of contact. He's been pretty crisp so far, but flashed as he emerges. And they've eaten a couple of nades as well. They've actually taken a huge amount of damage early on. It makes these M4s far more deadly. But Stomac doesn't care. Again on the entries. He sticks true to the crosshair. Finds both. Therax back the other way. Turns the tides. Puts the numbers back in the CT's hands. Zogan needs to clear his corners and he won't. He'll walk right into the waiting jaws of Arax. He'll snatch up a third. And it's Yukitoro. The 1v3 cannot connect the first and he's given up his position. There's surely no way out of this now. Bomb being held as well. He knows his days are limited and if he peeks out then he is dead to rights. So has to back off. And just like that, it will be a second to Yano. But it's looked far from convincing, hasn't it? They've had these little flashes in the pan, these little bursts of energy. And when they do, it's fantastic, but outside of that, it's been pretty lame. And TNL gave that a damn good go as well. Stomac's double entry being the highlight of that round. There's another. Zogan this time. No respect. Flies out. And shows us just what his mechanics are capable of. Peeks out into the flashbang, and Gallo's there to finally trade it back, but perhaps too little too late. Pushed up over the box. Alu is very ready for that. Sees one on the stairs. Alu, what is happening? He's dialing back the years. He's found himself 3, and he's looking for more. Peeks out through the smoke. Can't connect. That would have been huge. But he's made it palatable for Airax at the very least. Smoke on the bomb, flash over the top. He wants to just get stuck in and try and find this defuse, but he won't be allowed it. Onyx will deny, and TNL strap another to their name, and really it's on the shoulders of Zogan there. Double entry. Out of Palace, and then the swing into connector. So crisp. Alu gave that a good go the other way. Sort of proving why he does front this project, why even after all these years, he is a real force to be reckoned with. A quick pause, talk things over. What's going wrong? Clearly something. Feels like they're used to just a slower style of CS, especially early round, and that's where they're being caught out. Being given time to sort of set up any util or anything like that. When Stomach flying out of ramp, you've got Zogan flying out of Palace. Taking the early duels, not giving you any breathing room. This time it's Yokotoro. They're all capable of doing it. Big entry. I don't think he'll expect Henu here as well. There's a little bit of a stack up on this B site. There you go. That is well played. That is very well played from Airax, but he can't get out alive. He still passes M4 down to Henu with those mollies. Yeah, they do seem to have a decent idea that there is another here. Now that fact will be confirmed. It's well played, though, with Henu just taking that contact. Airax knows they're going to be lining up those nades. He can swing, get a freebie, maybe 2. Fortunately for him, it was just the single. Not quite enough. Yellow only with a Desert Eagle. On a bit of an expedition. Exploring the map, seeing what he can find. He might just catch a timing here, you know. Won't spot anything, but as he starts to walk up, this is absolutely perfect. The problem is he's only going to be able to pull the trigger for 1. He's got a deagle. Not anything automatic, so it does make it a little harder. Nade does good damage, but with the M4 in the corner, Stomach, an important duel to win, but with 8 seconds left, Alu has a simple task, and it is to peek and deny that plant. And in doing so, he wins the round, no matter what Zogan can bring. There it is. Does find the kill after, but time's already expired. Yano have won the round. That one came a little close for comfort, but considering the investment they had, they've done very well to take it their way. TNL, of course, economy not broken yet. Still cash in the bank to reinvest. Stomach, somewhat unnecessarily on a Mac 10 here. I mean, yeah, I guess he needs to be. It's either that or Yuki doesn't have an AWP. Very aggressive, though. Oh, my God. Onyx already up short. He's already up short. Henu, I think, heard him coming, but it does not matter. Look at the wheels on these guys. So quick. And with 1:40 left on the clock, Onyx already flown up short. He's found the double entry. He's now found a third. And Ariel's left scratching his head, thinking that he's going to have a bit of a flank play going on. Instead, they've already lost the B site. His teammates are done. He's got a 1-on-4 on his hands. Does take the first, but nothing more. TNL back to winning ways, and it's the tempo again that really does it for them. It's the Achilles heel of Yano. I think TNL really realise it. I mean, obviously they're on home turf here. They're on Mirage. It's their map. It's going to be where they're most comfortable. But I think they've really sort of worked out the weak spot here of the Finns, which is just pace. Just pace. Young CAS players like this, mechanically, you've always got to hedge your bets on them. So it comes down to tactical aptitude. You don't give Yano the time to set up. You don't give Yano the time to even think. Just run at them and take aim duels. It does throw a spanner in the works. Yano have had a pause. Maybe a chance to sort of talk things over. But they've been conditioned now. They've been conditioned into really feeling suffocated. Feeling like they have to be ready for a push in the first couple of seconds. They have to deploy their util early. That's what's happened here. With a minute 10 on the clock, there's only one smoke grenade left. And this time, TNL have tapped the brakes. Henning, timing, important. Spots the arm, but he's been seen himself. And the MP9 will not cut it. Rifle overwhelms. And this A stack does not pay any dividend in this round. TNL surely make it 9-3 hit. A freebie for Zogan that he'll take with open arms. This is just brilliant. This is so well played from TNL. When they hit 7, and it was 7-3, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, no, I've got a bit of money, a decent chance here to close us up. 7-5 half, we've got a game on our hands. But that's where TNL just shift into a new gear. And they really, really steal the show there. Beautiful work. Alu's had a great half. Outside of that, everyone's had a bit of a stinker. On the other side of it, the dynamic trio. It's Onek, it's Zogan, it's Stomac. Consistently finding these entries. Those high impact kills that are winning rounds for them. Pistol round underweight. Worth its weight in gold here for Yano. They know they have to win it if they want any chance here. If they don't, they're in trouble. They're in deep, deep trouble. Jungle smoke out onto A. Doesn't mean they're committed. They are going to try and go for a bit of a split here. Timing everything. Ken turned away at the wrong point. Now, re-peaks and the Glocks are a little close for comfort. He'll get overwhelmed. Zogan has to step up on the site. Holding Palace. Not going to happen. His teammate in CT taken out as well. And Yuki has now got a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's got support from Con. And Stomac does land ahead. Run out of bullets though. And his teammate falls. Stomac! Ooh! Still smashing him. If he won that fight onto Aerial, that could have gone his way. But it's Arax with the MVP. 2 kills, both heads. Solid stuff. I mean, Yano, as I said before, still a long way to go, but a silver lining, of course, that pistol round win. A step in the right direction, that's for sure. Look at this. Little Astralis stack. They're in connector. A chance to do some damage. I don't think they have massively high hopes of doing much more in this round, but damage on the cards, that's for sure. And Arax, he's just going to line them up. Lovely stuff. Like the one man with a little bit of skin in the game in this round. Around this corner. Oh, Alex heard something. Little jiggle peek, swing out, see you later. Wants to make this as expensive as he can. That's the goal here. And, well, only the one. So Yano will keep the rounds coming. But now is the big one. The buy round for the CTs. It's a bit of a shame that Onik actually went for that force like he did in the last. The whole plan there was, yeah, the USPs to have a little bit more success there in connector. Then he can swing from ladder room with that MP9, clean up after either damage has been dealt or a couple of kills have been found. Didn't work out that way. Now he's down to an MP9 again. His teammates have got the rifles in hand. But Yano, on a bit of a bonus. Eric still with this Galil. Just the AKs. No AWP out. No one to try and counter Yuki. Yellow just around this corner. Can see Onyx just peeking in stages, little jiggle, keeping on his toes but not making any noise. Smoke goes down with a minute on this clock. Wants to try and sort of split this attack. They've managed to let one out connector and upstairs, which was a little bit awkward, but it's okay. It goes traded. Into the 3-on-3. Yuki's missed a key AWP shot. That's going to cost them. And gives the space for Zogan to be taken out. Stomac on the rotation as well. The last thing he expects is one of the railings there to catch him on short. Creeps through under. Now it's just on to Yuki. 1v3. Yellow on the other side of the boxes. I really fancy Yano's chances on Nuke. So if they can take this first map, if they can complete this comeback, then they're in a very good position to take this series. But if they can't, then of course they have to do it on hard mode. It's always a little bit awkward. Got a shot connected there. Yuki holds on to his AWP. They do not want to press him any further. I mean, Henry's kind of there. He's kind of teasing it, but yeah, not going to happen. They do not want to commit to taking that fight, potentially losing anybody else. So 9-6. Yano really back in the picture, I feel, here. Yuki right now. Just with that saved AWP. The rest with somewhat of a force around him. It's pistols, it's armor. It's nothing too substantial, but it's always dangerous in the hands of capable aimers. And that's what we've got right here. A stack up on the A site, though. And they're all just sort of passing each other. That is very scrappy. And Ariel's making noise here, too. Should be able to take both. This is important that he does. There it is. All right. Airax has taken another elsewhere, too. So crisis averted. Yuki's AWP down. It's been recovered. Standing really the last line of defense here, and he's being spammed. They have a decent idea he's here. Does start to move. What a shot. Does he expect a second? The answer's yes. Can't connect the head with him, though. And HE will have him right at his feet. It is a slam dunk as Airax follows up with another. And Zogan all by himself. He's found an AK. He wants to do more damage. There's no kit. There isn't really much of a chance here of him clutching this round. But again, given the fact that this was just a half bite, they'll have that max loss bonus coming in the next. It's a half decent bit of damage having been dealt. So, bomb goes boom, gap closes further. 9-7, now 2 rounds. to separate these sides. Yano definitely looking more comfortable here. On their T half, that's for sure. Not something that I really would have expected, to be honest, but everybody else stepping up a little bit. Alu's been able to take a back seat. And yeah, when they don't need to deal with the tempo, with the pace of TNL, and they can instead be the ones to dictate the pace of the game, then I just think that they're a little happier. Early entries, trades back, and a bit of a shutdown here. Still the bomb will go down, sight obtained. HG blows the smoke open, sees the cross to CT, but can't catch him on it. So Hanu's still alive and kicking. He's there with him with a sniper. Great kill with the nade. They can convert this round. Should be well on their way to tie up this scoreline, but in the 2v2, the flank is there. Alu knows it's all been a little quiet for a little too long. That's why he's not exposed to ramp. Togen's just being given nothing. There's a wider peak. Alu realizes, yeah, maybe on a timing he could have crossed. He's absolutely right. Timer too far gone. Peek out. Finish the job. 9-8. Very good recovery there from Yano after a shaky start to the round. And better stuff. TNL, they'll call a quick pause. They had the right idea there. They had a great idea to say, all right, what was working for us before? Trying to initiate these fights. Trying to control that tempo. And that's what they do. They get aggressive, the AWP, into the Palace and finding that entry. The problem was they left their pants at their ankles. Trying to retreat. They had no one holding ramp. They had no early smoke or molly there either. So no safe retreat off of that pick. They were caught on the drop. It's an impossible fight to take, especially with that AWP. Maps there in the chat and on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got Nuke up next. That's Yano's pick. And if it comes down to it, that decider of Ancient. But as this comeback materialises further and Yano start to find their footing here on this first map, I'm starting to feel like this one could be done in 2 bites. More and more. As I said before, I really fancy their chances on Nuke. Especially with them showing that they've got such a strong T half. That's where they'll be starting on the power plant. 2-man advantage early on. Jules taken on B, and they're not overdoing it here either. Go nice and quiet. Keep your opponents guessing. Stomax found himself that sniper that's fallen. Pulls a rotate off. Onyx sat there top con. They are actually going to commit to the A rotation. That's what happens when you take contact so early on in the round. Still got time to work with. That's what they have right here. Still 40 seconds on this clock. They've got options. All the smoke's up. Not a lot that Onyx can do about this. I think he's just going to try and walk through, take the jewel, catch that element of surprise. He's actually got a little bit of a one-way to work with here. They're holding for it. It's a very nice shot. 1-for-1 is really the best he could hope for there. He's done well to even find that out of it. Karen spams. A little off. Too far to the right, my friend. Caught on the flank. Stomac now just has to hold on to this or realises that, yeah, his days are numbered. So stay alive. Carry that sniper into the next. It's something they won't necessarily be able to afford. I'm not sure. He certainly can't. I'm not sure what the money's looking like on his teammates. In fact, they could. Yuki's got 2.6k. Yeah, everyone's around the 2,000 mark. So, even if he did lose this AWP, I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world, but he'd much rather hold on to it. Big shot connected. Knows he doesn't need to repeat here. He's being pressured. That is a nice shot, but not lethal. And tied up at 9 apiece. Here comes the rebite. Yuki. Gets a free gun in the form of the York. Stomak's going to buy himself that M4 too. So now the cash is a little bit scattered. Yuki's got the finances behind him to afford a future sniper if he wants it. Attack pause taken though. They realise they've lost control. They've lost the reins. They're no longer in the driver's seat of this game. They need to get this ship back on course. Otherwise they smash into the rocks, they sink, they lose their map pick, and inevitably the series. Rifles out. Yuki on that AWP. HG will smash the smoke open. And the AWP gets on the angle, doesn't connect the shot. That would have been a huge entry from Alu. His molly's whiffed as well. Still was enough of a deterrent. Stomak's got off the angle. Alu trying to find a bit of an angle over the smoke just as it fades, so leaves himself a bit exposed. Couple of big trades back though. Aerial out onto the A site. Molly into not into Palace, into jungle. That's an important kill. And a brilliant flashbang as well. Forces the connector players to cower, to scatter back to the stairs. A man advantage taken there as the smoke blown open. Cannot find it. Enu tapping him the bomb, seeing the fire at his feet, but it doesn't spread to him. That could have been a big difference maker. Doesn't matter. Yuki on the ramp flank. Gets it done nicely. Ken finishes off the job as well. So TNL, that timeout, does some favours. Puts them onto double digits. And a really important time for it. I mean, I'm sure they would have loved to find a CT round a little bit earlier than now, where the pressure isn't so hot, but to be honest, round number 19, as good a time as any. They've kept things expensive for Yano as well. I think that's a key thing here in the pursuit of the comeback. Obviously, 6 rounds in a row from the Finns is impressive, but taking so many casualties in so many of those rounds means that actually there isn't a huge amount of money in the bank. And if they lose this one, then money's gone. TNL well on their way to the finish line. So this is a very, very important round here for T side, and an important kill one. The duel towards middle. And disadvantage. Stomak knows he needs to take initiative. Needs to be the hero, and he does deliver. And he's still an under. This time won't prevail. Yellow's found one of his own. Right back the other way. Numbers even once again. 3v3. Flashbang into top con. Aerial just chilling, but Aloe. No rest for him. Huge kill in mid. Brilliant flash as well. Gets Yuki off that angle. Gives them that little bit of space that they need to safely get that bomb planted. Alu's going to feel a little bit hard done by with that one. AWP shot seemingly goes nowhere. Should have been bang on the body. I think he moves. We get a little bit of inaccuracy out of that scope. Sat below. Big kill onto the stairs. Knows that the second is somewhere in that smoke. He's connected a couple of bullets. It's one more needed. And even with the Glock, it gets it over the line. He knew that he had to be the difference maker there. Yellow was on an AWP. And if there truly was a CT sat in that smoke sticking the bomb, then that sniper is the worst tool to counter it. A good round back from Yano. Keeps us deadlocked again. 10 to 10. CT's out with another bite. Ooh, Alu. bad timing there. He won't know it, but he'll watch the demo back later and go, oh man. Split second longer on that angle. 3D here. It doesn't matter. They'll get it in the form of air axe. All the way up short. Been given a little too much leg room there in middle. Yuki doesn't even know that they're out on the site. And that they pose a real threat to his left. So with the double entry and TNL without the money, they have to go for the save here. 3 M4s will be carried across to the next, but Yano will be the first team to hit 11. As long as TNL can hold on to these 3 rifles, they'll be a good buy in the next. All 3 will get that loss bonus, so they'll just be able to comfortably drop M4s. There'll be no contingencies. If there was a hunt, if 1 or 2 of them died, we would see an MP9, a FAMAS, something of the likes in the next round. And Yano are putting on a bit of pressure here again. Peaks on the right timing will confirm that that's where he resides and potentially some more of his teammates. But yeah, very disciplined. Dial it back. Not a time to be taking those duels. So, they pull ahead. Decent damage dealt onto Khan early on. For the first time this map, they've actually broken that curse. They've got this lead. Been trailing this entire time on Mirage. Must have been able to tie things up on a couple of occasions. They can now finally feel the wind in their face. I'm going to try and ride off this feeling. Arax. Oh no. He's disconnected. I thought things were all a little slow. I think even before he disconnected from the server, the call was probably made. Yeah. Something's happened to Arax. And it's such a shame as well that the only damage dealt was actually against the enemies. It was on Takan that round. So, can't even call for a round reset. Yellow doesn't care. He'll even out the numbers. Say it doesn't matter. I'll put them in our favour. Big stuff from Yuki. I mean, the timer ticking away. He just wants to try and stay alive. Bomb's been dropped, but he's been traded. And it's onto Yellow's shoulders, but he knows he needs to tap in these digits. 4 seconds left. He'll do exactly that. Pokes out. Can't find both. Sogan, with just the sidearm, doesn't want to commit to the fight with the AWP. Has to hit the head, and he does. Yeah, really, really bad time for CS2 to plague us with technical issues. He's already back in the server, not even needed. Call a timeout here. I'm trying to work out what really happened, because yeah, we were sort of watching Aerial and then he just zoom. Disappeared. Alu looking for the entry. Timing good. Sees the arm. Can't connect it. He's now been smoked off. He will play no peace. Or maybe he will. Maybe he will. Alu. Thought he was going to take a bit of a back seat here on this execution. Instead, he is actually the one to initiate it. Blows the smoke open. Takes the opening fight. His teammates aren't able to trade. It's overtime or bust here for the Finns, and they don't have any money. absolutely brutal. Quick tech pause before we go any further into this. Stomach's disconnected. At least it's not mid-round. Be the worst time for it. Okay, hopefully Stomach will be back soon. I haven't got any information as to where he's gone, what's happened, but presumably it's just a game crash, something of the sort. We should be good to go in just a second. Okay, Stomach's back. He's back and we are good to go. No money here for Yano, but to be honest, it's rounds like this that are sometimes the most exciting, when it feels like there's nothing to lose but all to gain. You're not expected to win a round like this. And you've just got those 4-sport pistols, when you've got those SMGs. Still dancing around in spawn though. Looks like this is not live. Yeah, we are not live. Looks like we're going to see a round restart. I think Airax is... No, he's back. Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe he disconnected for a second there. Another tech pause. Ugh, man, it's a stinker. Everyone in the server this time, though, so hopefully we should be ready to go in just a moment. All right, here we go. Live for the last, final round of regulation here. Overtime or bust for the Finnish boys, and they do not really have the tools to take them there. It's a Mach 10, it's 2 Tech 9s, 2 Galils against a full investment on the CT side, and everyone wanting to be the hero, everyone wanting to be the man to make the move, and the Tech 9 will not be the one to do so. Airax taken out instantly. They are out onto the A site, spans on the M4, a little bit of tag damage. Mach 10 tries to force the issue to no success. Henu will plant, that's over towards B, as Ariel just keeps him busy. How long is it going to take him to realise? A split second is the answer. Onyx down to 2 HP, it's a 5 versus 2. But they have got the site, and they've got tons of time and space. Tech 9 on the other side of this smoke. Are they really going to wait out this smoke grenade? Surely not. They're going to play right through, blinded by their own flashbang. But the Tech 9 can't connect anything, and the Galil will find the only frag of the round. Defuse will come through. TNL will take map 1. And in quite a wild fashion. I think Yano are going to feel a little bit hard done by with that one, to be perfectly honest. They had the momentum. They had the ball rolling in their favour. But that awkward disconnect from Airax at 11-10, I think, really hindered their momentum. And yeah, just a couple of scrappy rounds towards the end there where it felt like they just went a little too quick. They went a little too quick, and we're trying to force the issue. We're trying to press on to that map point, and they could not get there. That's going to wrap things up for map 1, though. We're going to go to a very short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with the second map of this series. It's Nuke. It's Yano's pick, and you definitely don't want to miss it. Join us back here in just a moment, folks. Welcome back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle Season 4. We've just seen a pretty interesting map 1 where TNL were able to topple Yano. We're on to map number 2 in just a moment. That's going to be Nuke. It's going to be Yano's pick. And I'm quite excited to see if they can pull it their way. Obviously, they're going to have to start off on their T side, which should be a bit of a hindrance in most cases, but they look very, very hot on their T side there on Mirage, so maybe, just maybe, we'll see them pull it their way. Just taking a look at this Group B bracket first, though. Obviously, that's that first game. Second game taking place will be Ents Academy versus Koi. That's going to be a really interesting one. Koi, one of the harder hitters that we've got in the tournament, alongside Gaming Gladiators and 9. Some big teams competing this season, so exciting stuff ahead. And, of course, that Veto. We just saw Mirage. We got Nuke up in just a moment, and then Ancient as that third and final decider, if it comes to it. But without further ado, we are ready to get into things here with our second map of the series. As I say, it's Yano's map pick, but it does mean that TNL get the pick of the sides, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to start off on their defense here of the most CT-sided map in the pool. So here we go. Zogan with that kit. Julie's dropped over to Onyx, so he's kind of tanked up a little bit here. I said before, he's the man to look out for, the star player on this roster. Gives a decent showing there on map 1, but nothing lights out. Yuki, this time, the one to find that first. Trades back the other way. Man advantage. Make that 2. Leaning in the favour of Yano. Ooh. Just staying true. Staying crisp. Smashing heads. Really clean stuff. Onyx trying to make things as expensive as he can. Down to 3 HP. And he won't get anything more. So there it is. First round on the board for Yano. A very good start. A 3k from Yellow as well. Perfect stuff. Nice and tidy. I was saying before, we've got some big teams playing this season. And I think, like, it's for a couple of reasons, right? We're firstly in Season 4, so, you know, word spreading around a little bit. And I think, secondly, right, it's the end of the year. It's the end of the calendar, and things are slowing down. A lot of the tournaments that were ongoing up until a couple of weeks ago are now sort of taking that Christmas break. And, yeah, we're in a nice little sweet spot. There's actually, other than the RMRs, not too much going on. And there are a lot of really good teams that didn't make it to the RMR, that are feeling a little bit sore about it. 9, Gaming Gladiators, Koi being 3 of them, right? That were playing in those closed qualifiers, but didn't make it to the RMRs. And, yeah, sort of in a position where, you know, you want to stay on your toes, you want to keep playing. You can't just take... teams take, like, a couple of weeks off at Christmas, but you can't just take the whole of, like, November and December off. Things don't really boot back up until sort of February, so... it's a good opportunity to have some big teams playing here in these smaller events. It's going to be an exciting second game here in Group B, but this one shaping up to be quite the surpriser so far. Okay, Arax, he is making light work of these USPs, but he will run out of bullets, so there you go. A couple of kills found. Not too shabby, all things considered, for an eco round. Eric's paying off that Mac 10 as well, so whilst I'm sure he would have loved another one there, he doesn't mind all too much. So 2-0 we sit, but a couple of kills in that last round. Does mean reinvestments needed here for Yano. Still flying out, Dink, but nothing more, and it's not even. I think with a lot of damage there onto Alu. Catches him through the door frame, only gets him down to 59. It's a good start for Yano again. AWP on Yuki, that's a bit of a one-up that he's got over the opponents here. Pick. It's an important find for Monic. Pulls us back to evens. Good positions here as well on this A site. Ready. Smoke sent back the other way. So No progression out of Squeaky Door just yet. They will blow it open, try and play forward, but Zogan's timing absolutely perfect. Lines up two as he's right above him. And it takes him a while to trade, so Alu will pull it back. 2v2. Still very doable here for the CTs, and Henu's low on health. You can just creeping around. You have to commit to this plant, so further time being given to the CTs, but the C4 is down on B, and Onyx very aware. Alu, who was dinked down at the start of this round, has been walking on eggshells from the first few seconds, but might be the man to still close it. Flashbang popped, doesn't peek off of it. He's just trying to buy time for his teammate to rotate, and Yuki knows he's fighting a lost cause here. Bomb's already more than halfway ticked. He doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have any util, and he doesn't have any information on where that second man is, other than the fact that he's probably coming to join the party. He's probably going to be packing a nasty bite. So, has to back off, save that AWP. That'll be carried across into the next round, and Young will make it 3. A very good start for Nuke. 3 kills from Alu to get them there. So, just the pistols here then, around that saved AWP. Things starting a little sour for TNL. After such a brilliant victory there on Mirage. Trying to change the pace a little bit here. Pressing in to the lobby room. A couple of kills found, but nothing more. I think Yuki was hoping for maybe one less target here. A 2v1 would have been very doable. 3v1. Whole lot harder. And a tough spot he finds himself in. This is more the Yano that I think we're expecting to see, and I was saying this towards the tail end of Mirage. I really fancy their chances here on Nuke. It does not surprise me at all that out of the gates they are looking like the much better Nuke team. Ooh. It's a shame as well, Yuki unable to save that orb. But, yeah, had they have got it over the line there on Mirage. Obviously it came desperately close for anyone just joining us. It was 13-11. They have managed to get it over the line. I think this would be a 2-0 in the making. Instead, a third map starting to feel inevitable. TNL call a pause because nothing is going right for them here. Consistently losing these entry duels, consistently losing map control. They are looking really uncomfortable here on Nuke. They insta-banned Inferno, that's their perma-ban, so did just leave them vulnerable here to the Nuke pick of Yano, a map that I can't safely say that they're super strong on because, as I say, they're a very new roster. We don't have a lot of history to go off with these boys, but that they're very clearly looking confident with. Logan, he's just heard Henu. Not sure he knows how much damage he's dealt here, but a bit of information can be relayed on it. Already down below. The second that door opens and that glass breaks, it's a free kill for him, but Alu's found one of his own elsewhere. And Onyx can just hear him stomping. He knows he's got his work cut out for him now. He sees Aerial, he's been cleared, he needs 2 and he can't deliver. So numbers stay in Yano's favour, 1 for 1. Will come as a blessing for them, all things considered. A nice shot back, Yuki, keeping him in the runnings here. Smoke into the window, Zogan can start to work his way forward that little bit further. Orp scoped in. He's hungry for a fight. We'll find one. The bomb's pretty far gone. In fact, the bomb's very far gone. They've only got one kit. They need to get this defuse. They need to get on it now. Yuki with another. Now they've confirmed where yellow is. They can commit to this defuse. The AWPer will stay hold in the angle. And Stomac will get it just in the nick of time. A first on the board for TNL. And better stuff. Faster rotations. And giving up map control with purpose. It's felt like in so many of these previous rounds, they've given up a lot of early map control. But they haven't taken control elsewhere. They haven't really done anything with it. It's really important to have this sort of push-pull mechanism where if you are going to give up map control, you take space elsewhere. You go for, you know, you've got to be making moves. You've got to be staying dynamic on the map. And it's just not felt like that's been the case at all. It's felt very much like, yeah, they've been a little too keen to give up outside control, but not rotate anybody down to B, and just looked a little bit stagnant. This time, further initiative taken. Can aggressive there into Hart with a big opening kill. Everybody else actually playing super aggro as well. It's all the way through ramp. Onyx found himself an AK and a 3B kill, but trades back the other way. And just like that, blink and you miss it. Things go from looking pretty good for the CTs to looking absolutely dire. Yuki once again left scratching his head. He's got an AWP, he's got no kit, he's got no chance in the clutch. He's got 30 seconds to kill and he's got to try and stay alive. Yeah, I'll finish it off with a max 10. No AWP for Yuki in this round, and no one's got the money to drop him one. They are still going to go for another buy. Max loss still leaning in their favour. It will be once again. It's not right now. They only had 2,900 going into this one, but they'll have 34 to come in the next. So you can justify somewhat of a force buy. Sogan barely spending a penny. He's going to drop the AWP over to Yuki in the next round, who has forced into a Deagle armor in this one. Ken super aggressive. He's dinked the AWPer who's missed the shot. He's followed up with a whole load of damage onto Aerial, who will be traded by the nade. So not a bad start from the MP9. That is for certain. And we'll start to see why Yuki actually forced into that Desert Eagle, because it's a beautiful shot from him to tip the scales in TNL's favour. But not for long. Back to a 3v3. With the M4 taken care of, it is just the pistols now. AWP under a lot of pressure, but a second rifle there to hold. And while Yuki can swing and find another head, his teammates just cannot output that same kind of damage. So it is going to be a 6 for Yano. An expensive round again. You consider the fact that TNL didn't have too much invested into that one. It was effectively an eco for them because they were just saving their pennies for the buy here. It's just pistols. A little bit of armor. Finding 3 kills is not a bad outcome. TNL not looking so great here on Nuke. They've looked pretty decent recently. They're 6 and 6 in advanced at the moment. Taking down some decent names. I think advanced is sort of very top heavy at the moment. You've got some mixed teams that maybe aren't quite the usual ESEA advanced caliber, and then you've got teams on the top end of the stick that yeah, you know, have got former tier 1 pieces and are really dominating. Yano right now dominating this round once again. Alu just popping shots left, right and centre. And Arax to finish. TNL, another head scratcher for them where it just felt like they had no equity there in round number 8 whatsoever. Here we go again. 7-1. TNL desperate to try and have somewhat of a palatable scoreline at the halfway point. The fact of the matter is 5 rounds still isn't really good enough for the CT side. But at this rate, it's looking like it is actually going to be a whole lot worse. It's a decent start from the 5-7, but history just continues to repeat itself here. It's buys like this where TNL know nothing but hyper-aggression. It works for one, but then they're traded, and the numbers always end up better off here for Yano. B9 on top of the hut. With Yuki on the rafters. Oh, what a shot. Okay. Thought this round was a bit of a lost cause, but Yuki's kept it alive. He's found himself another as well. He's got a little over aggro there. But he's left it doable for Ken. He's managed to jump up a Tetris. Alu doesn't realise it. Teeing out. Snatch around out of nowhere. That was ridiculous from Yuki. And another prime example of why you got to give this man a deagle. He does not miss with the hand cannon. Time and time again, he'll prove that fact. 7-2, we now sit. Shover. And 4, blinded. Pressure on. HG. Thought it was a smoke open, but not wide enough. Kern won't get the sightline. Instead, peeks right into Alu's waiting cross-set. Sat on top of the silo with the AWP. Onic down below. An important pick from the M4. Swings back to even. Deep smoke. Further damage, but a big kill. It has to take initiative. Love it. Both of his teammates have gone for a bit of a gamble rotation down to B, and they had a man disadvantage, so he knew he needed to make a move, and it is the right one. Aerial coming up from heaven, though, does pose a bit of a threat. Stomac seems to be aware. In fact, he's incredibly aware. Problem is... Oh, alright. I thought that the sound cues were going to deter him away. And he'd start to look over towards main and get caught on the timing. Instead, he does it all. The flashbang's even perfect. And he'll peek out and mop them all up. TNL. Convert a third. It's really on the back of Stomac, who's had a bit of a stinker to start this one off. It's not been a good start from him at all. Yeah, things definitely looking on the up. Is it too little too late in the half? 7-5 would be recoverable. Far from favourable. Nice opening from Yuki. Able to draw one back though, so short-lived. He's found ahead of his own. That's going to give them a man advantage. And the ace site here can't cut off on the rotates. Has to just stay put. Important pick from Yellow. Can't find himself anything in the next couple of seconds. It might be worth backing off and saving this M4. So desperate to play for something here, but there's just no chance in it whatsoever. With that being said, he has to get out of there. So Onic will carry an M4 through to the next round, but that's about it. Don't have a huge amount of money to buy around him or anything like that either, so it is a little bit awkward. Half decent buy though. 3 and 4s. An MP9 on Onyx, who actually has sort of sacrificed himself a bit here. He's dropped over that rifle that he saved to his teammate. Yuki's got himself on AWP. Onyx wants to get aggressive here on ramp, and he's done well. Has he done well enough? Traded back by Yellow. 3v3. Yuki. Stuck in the mud a little bit here. You can see him wanting to get that little bit more aggressive. Ooh, that was an important fight. It's going to be the A site gone as well. Yuki can hear it. Stomping above him. It's Stomac to come and join the party. Bomb yet to be planted, but he is under pressure here. They're going for a bit of a wraparound. He doesn't seem... He is somewhat suspecting it, but still. Walks right into the trap. Shot from below. No chance in that duel. No say in the matter. I should just put a bow on things, really. An inevitable fate that then gets sealed and, well, a 9-3 half for Yano. Now, we did see the same the other way around on Mirage. We saw TNL take that 9-3 half. We then saw the scoreline come all the way back. Tie up at 9 apiece. Still, it wasn't enough for Yano. They still dropped that map, and it's important to note that that was Mirage. I think Nuke is a very different map, a very different blueprint, and I don't think that those kind of 9-3 comebacks on your T side really materialise all too often, but we'll see. We will see. Pistol around a bit of a lifeline here. First step on the ladder that they need to take. They don't. And it feels like this map really is chalked up. Airax, big pick. Flash over the top. 50 in hand, tapping away. Sees the shoulder, not reacting to it. There you go. Can't get it over the line. Onyx with another as well. All of a sudden, things become a little more reasonable. Nice shot from Hanu. Oh, there's another. Surely not. Sogan will catch his teammate. Now realises that there's one behind him. He's stuck in the corner. Hanu's still going. He's doing it all here. With that all-important third, and the bomb now dropped. Has to be retrieved. He will manage to grab it. But under pressure here is Stomac, and he'll get on out of there. But a couple of shots in the back. Keeps him on his toes. He'll get onto the site and manage to tap in those digits at the very least. A bit of money to come his way. Worst case scenario, but realistically needs to clutch up this round. He's got an opportunity to isolate the jewels, but he still can't win it. Henu out on top. And a 10th round for Yano. One that didn't look like it was going to go their way after they took the early double disadvantage. Absolutely criminal there towards the end. In again. Alu, big opening. Actually just charging through with this shotgun. That was bold, but not going to pay off for him. Trades back the other way. 2v2 again, but how many times have we found ourselves in this scenario where the numbers for a second or so. Feel like they lean in TNL's favour and then blink and you miss it and it's just gone. Hopes and dreams of this map are well and truly in the bin at this point, I feel. This is a sinking ship, and there is not a lot that they can do about it. Spams away from the M4. It's Alu to draw first blood again. Getting pretty cruel on these entries. Oh, okay. Trade's back a half decent. Ariel's still keeping a lid on things with his MP9. We just continue to see the same over and over. Nothing more out of this one. Now, I'm going to play into Zogan here, so perhaps a world. It's not going to happen. Aerial hard clears it. No chance at all. Yano now one away from the finish line. That magic number 12 that they found it so hard to hit in that first map of Mirage. But here, it's come as a breeze. Far easier. Home turf. It's really where they've thrived, that's for sure. Posted up. Alu, ready. Zogan's already fallen early on, so I think this one is already feeling like a Yano round, but watching it from Alu's POV, we can see that at any given moment, someone could drop and cause him a whole load of trouble. They can spot his feet, they're spamming him away, but little to no damage being dealt. Flashbang won't connect, in fact. Oh, it blinds Khan more than it does Alu, but he can't hit the shot regardless. Gets overwhelmed. A bit of a lifeline here, perhaps, for TNL. A thin one, that's for sure. Still a long way to go. But with a man advantage here, perhaps a chance to prolong Nuke that little bit further. Nice shot, Henu. Alright. Onyx back the other way. And then the top. Pressing further forward. Henu, that's huge. That's surely got to seal the deal. Onyx needs to trade it with 10 seconds left. He realises that he needs to get his priorities in order. That bomb needs to go down. And Arax is just waiting for that moment to happen so that he can poke up and pounce. It's not going to go their way at all. It's a terrible map for TNL. And disappointing stuff after what we saw from them on Mirage. I said before, if Yano were able to snatch away Mirage, Nuke was theirs and we'd see a 2-0. They weren't able to get it over the line. That means we need 3 maps to settle the score between these two teams. It's Ancient up next. We're going to go to a short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with that third and final decider. You definitely don't want to miss it, folks, so join us in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Somewhat of an expected result there on map 2, but maybe not to the degree that they actually pulled it off in. Yano absolutely stomping TNL 13-3. We've now got our third and final map coming up next. It's Ancient, but first we'll take a look back through the bracket. Koi versus Ents Academy is that second game taking place here. It's going to be an interesting one, but right now we've got the Finns against the Ukrainians, and whoever wins in both games will then go into that winners match. Victor of that will move on to that next stage. And, of course, the losers will have to get it done in the elimination game and that decider bracket. It's always just that little bit harder. This is how the map veto kind of shaped up. Both teams getting rid of their permabans, Inferno and Anubis. We don't know too much about Yano's map pool because they only formed about 8 days ago with this new roster. So what we can tell you is they're damn good at Nuke. And Ancient, well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. That's going to be coming up in just a moment. Early predictions from me, I'm feeling it leaning in Yano's favour. I think they were a little bit slow to get warmed up into this one. And, yeah, just getting that ball rolling. But now it does feel like they are just looking more confident, right? We saw that confidence really resonating there in that second half of Mirage and definitely in that Nuke map. Felt like they got a little bit unlucky on Mirage. Arax, we saw a couple of disconnects from him towards the tail end. Really, really key, important rounds. So, yeah, just super, super unfortunate stuff there. But we're ready to get underway with this third and final. Nice early entry from Henu. Arax realises, I can dial it back a little bit. We can hear him stomping around on the B site. C4 is going to go down regardless. So TNL, again, worst case, they'll have a bit of money, but it doesn't seem like they're going to get a whole lot more out of this round unless they start smashing heads. And there it is. Oh my God, Stomach. Where does that come from? I'd love to see it from his POV. Blink and you miss it. He lines up 4, and that's kind of what happens when you give the Glocks a little bit too much space, and then you just kind of rely on throwing yourselves at them together. And them knock you all down. Decent buy, and just up against the USBs. I'll send it into this B site. It's a bit of a stack up, and one that, well, they will walk into, but Stomach again just farms. Look at that. 3 kills from maybe 7 and 0. Hello, in the corner. Civil liner. Better stuff from the defense here on B, finally. Felt like the pistol round, it went incredibly under-defended. Second round, of course, that's to be expected. Things even up. And then lean in Yano's favour. Lovely little closer. Yellow gets it done. They'll find an AK out of that as well, so not too shabby at all. A quick little tack pause here for Yano. An interesting time for it as well. We haven't seen too many sort of tack pauses at early stages in a game like this. So, faster stuff again from TNL. Remember, we saw relentless pace from them on Mirage, and it worked so well. Once again here, it's rinse and repeat. It's send it to this B site. They haven't even explored the other side of the map yet. They haven't touched middle. They haven't touched A. It's been B, 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 and here it is again for round number 4. They've absolutely steamrolled it. And they're not even interested in really hunting here. They can certainly send Onic on a bit of a hunt. Only with a Mac 10, I think he's happy to sort of go 1 for 1 here. Outside of that, no real need to throw away these rifles. So 3-1, and a better start. Again, it just feels like the second that TNL find themselves on a map that has a little more bare bones, right? Less tactical aptitude, they can just sort of run at you and take those jewels. They seem to just be far more comfortable. It's exactly what we saw on Mirage. It's what we're seeing here on Ancient. Nuke's just a map that requires a little bit too much depth, and if it's not a map that you practice, sometimes be the demise of you. Of any side for that matter. Stomac, important kill back. This wasn't the best of buys here for Yano, but one that they're still committed into an investment with. Eric's tucked in the corner. Aerial might just have the drop. No, makes the sound cue as well. That's going to be heard and relayed. Just around this corner. Oh, that's an important pick from Yuki. Loses that fight. We're going to a 3-on-3. It's anyone's game without it. There's problems with it. They're looking good. Alu eats that HE as well. Down to 19. Realises that whilst I'm sure he'd love to have a crack at this 2v1, might be a better decision to back off and hold on to that M4. Seems like that's the game plan here. In fact, he'll grab himself an AK. An even better prize to take away from a failed round, but one that does come with silver linings. Somewhat being hunted here, but not too aggressively. Yuki's in temple for a reason, right? He's well out of the bomb radius, so he is definitely sort of sniffing for that kill, but they're not pressing too hard for it. They will allow Alu to get out of there alive with the AK. So 4-1. TNL off to a lightning start here on Ancient. Looking comfortable in the process. Over the top, Molly to go with it. Aerial, very aggressive. Okay, that's a little bit better from Yano. Yuki returns the favour, and actually all of a sudden it becomes palatable again. So 5v2, now 3v2. And none of those rifles retrievable. So arguably a bit of an advantage here for the T side. Cam, though, with his back turned, needs to spin around, and ooh. Man, oh man, does that come close. I mean, a round that Yano had no business in winning, so no matter how they get it over the line, they'll be happy with the outcome, but Jeez. So a quick little break, but ready to get back into the action again. Sonic, not for the first time this series, promotes himself down to a Mac 10. Actually out of choice as well. He had enough money to buy whatever he wants. He opts for this SMG and he wants to get up in their face, and that's where he thrives. Important pick found. HG follows up, gets him down to 1 point of health. Burning. Kill with the AWP shot. Drive bionic. Knows it with 1 HP. There's not a lot he can do other than have a bit of an element of surprise. Maybe go 1 for 1. That's exactly what he gets out of it. Smoke down. It's actually somewhat suits Khan. Allows him to isolate these two fights. And the swing is beautiful. Alu doesn't know what's hit him. No time to react. He's got to be quicker to that trigger if he wants a chance of toppling. TNL 5-2. They are stealing the show here, and you know, after a bit of a rocky round there in the 6th, what could have and felt like it needed to be a bit of a turning point for Yano, and maybe we'd see this scoreline close up a bit. TNL are right back on the gas. Even with a couple of contingencies in that last one. They get there no trouble. This time, finally, for the first time. Round number 8 is the first time we'll see TNL actually venture onto the A-bomb site. It's like they've just remembered that they're not playing Wingman. There's still more to be explored in this jungle. Zogan on damage control. Oh, wow. His one job there was to try and stop them from getting that AK, and he's done so beautifully. That'll be that. And lucky if he can find a kill here, but no chance. No chance at all. TNL keeping the ball rolling. 1 casualty in that round. Not too bad at all, and considering they didn't actually lose anything. Because obviously there was just that P250 on Zogan, so he was able to recover that AK. Nothing was lost. AWP dropped over to Yuki, and we are good to go again for round number 9. Yano trailing by a strong margin. It's looking very reminiscent of what we saw on Mirage. A bad CT start from them, but they were able to turn the tides when they moved over to their attack. We'll see if history repeats itself. Airax tickled by a nade early on. Hello, 67-year-old talent. He's not that old. He's not that old. Come on. He's been around for a while, though. How old is he? 32. Okay. He's getting on for a CS player, that's for sure. Still around the age of Nico. Carrigan. Those suspects, Airax. That is crisp. Okay. Alright. He'll shut me up. Very, very crisp. Onik as well is on a bit of a mission. He's on a bit of an adventure, but 21 HP, hasn't got the bomb, so surely in pursuit of nothing much more than a save, or maybe a late backstab and perhaps a kill, but they are growing wise to it. And who holding his flank. And his teammates have got just about everything else covered, so Onyx sure has a chance in this duel, and there it is. Yeah, peeks out, Henu will finish it off. Third goes on the board here for Yano, courtesy of Henu, really. A big 3k from him. He's been a real difference maker in a couple of the key rounds that they've won so far. And a decent chunk of kills in that pistol round, but it turned sour very quickly. They lost a 5v2. Stomac that caused him a whole world of hurt, a whole load of problems in that one. He kicked things off 7-0. He's definitely slowed down a little bit since then, but still looking decent. Okay, in the Galil. Emerging out of mid, Yuki Toro. Patient aerial. Battle spotted. Can't even re-peek into that one, has to just back away. Let that one go. Airax. In the meantime. Down. Pressing forward. Good HE, but Cans again. Crisp with it. Decent trades back. In fact, that's brilliant from Yellow. Keeps the dream alive for a second, but required another prong, and that was Alu's AWP delivering, and it just doesn't. Zogan finishes off, and just keeping the rounds coming. CNL not letting up. When things on B stop working, it's back to the A site, and Yano haven't really known how to go about this defense, to be honest. It's been so B heavy here from TNL that it seems foolish for Yano not to put sort of extra defensive, extra reinforcements early on over towards that B site, but it leaves them super vulnerable to a little bit of a switch up, and that's now what we're starting to see from TNL. Constantly conditioning this Yano defense, and now they're reaping the rewards of that. And here it is again, Yano. Obviously they're on a low buy, but if you get a 50-50 between the two sites, it's a no-brainer. You've got to head to B, and it means that TNL have got a free and open alpha bomb site, again, for the taking. So Pom will go down without contention. Oh, thought he'd have a triple on the spray transfer. Doesn't matter. Yuki's there to follow up. I'm not going to be allowed to save that AK. In fact, nobody would get away with anything here. Yellow's MP9. Hoping he can do a bit of damage before that bomb goes boom. It was actually the AWP, so made things awkward. If he found that second kill, that would have been a sniper not being carried across into the next. Instead, he does get out of there with his life. He'll carry across that MP9, which maybe he drops over to Airax. Doesn't really have money for much more. I mean, I don't know, it's the last round of the half. Yeah, he is going to drop it over to Airax. Okay, so Airax, I'll have for you too. I wondered, maybe he just says, screw it, throw it away. Last round of the half, we'll just rock a FAMAS or something of the sort. But yeah, once that full belt of util, knows that they're lacking in other areas, so it's important. Something going their way there. And it jumps across. Deep incendiary, Cairns forced back. Very aggressive here from Yano. They know they're on the back foot here. They're staring down the barrel of another 9-3 half. It's all we've seen so far this series. Both maps so far have gone 9-3. Flip-flopping between the two teams, but what really counts is who's ahead on this third map. You can chalk off Nuke, it doesn't matter. As long as they can overcome Ancient. And here we go. First contact made. It's Alu with the AWP. Follows up for a second. Hungry for more as well, still jiggling for a third, but flashed off the angle. Spams through the smoker, good, that's yellow gone, and Alu taken out as well. All his hard work starting to unravel as piece by piece they're being dismantled. And a 5v3 becomes a 3-on-2 in a matter of seconds. The M4s though, catching a good timing as the smokes fade. It falls onto the shoulders of Onic. He's been good so far this series. He's had a serviceable third map, but nothing too flashy. Now's the time to flex his muscles, seize the arm, but doesn't know where that second man resides. And on the double peak to finish, Yano will make it 4. They break the 9-3 curse, and they keep things recoverable, I think is the word here on Ancient. Far from a good start from the boys. But enough. And if they top it up with a pistol round, they can start to claw this back. Maybe give us something to work with. On number 13, the second half pistol. Arax with a bit of util, the rest with a Kevlar. He's got a smoke and a flash. On the other side, Zogan found himself a kit and a smoke grenade, an aerial. Looking to be the first point of contact. Flies out of middle. Spams through the smoke. USP not far off, but not connecting. Here comes the pressure. Piling on. Big kill aerial. In fact, Alu's going to follow up as well. USPs just can't land the heads. Sometimes it's just the way with these USPs. It feels so difficult. It feels like you've got magnet aim. The magnet's retracting and you're just bouncing either side of their head. You just can't seem to put the crosshair in the middle of it. For Yuki, even though it's a pistol round, it actually makes sense for him to save here. He's found himself a kill. He's picked up that kit. He's picked up the smoke. He's got untouched Kevlar, so we'll be able to just upgrade for $350 into that helmet as long as he stays untouched. They are hunting for him. They've got nothing to lose this pistol round. So Yano, of course, we'll try and put on a bit of pressure here. Yuki can hear him coming. Maybe he wants to find a little bit more. There you go. Okay, the untouched Kevlar's now gone, but he's going to die anyway. He's found himself a couple, so a little bit of a kill rewards come at the end there. 8-5 though. I said that lifeline, that silver lining. Win condition for Yano was that pistol round, and they do convert it. Keeps things plausible. Sometimes that's all you need as an in-game leader, or even as a team as a whole. If you're well out of it, it's 10-2. You just, you know, you've lost your fight, but 8-5, you almost start to fancy your chances at it. You almost like being the underdog. Henuk does clear his corners. Bit of due diligence. MP7, unpopular choice, but one that works for him so far. The Empire skin as well, not one you see very often. He's still popping heads. It's awkward because, you know, of all the fights that you could win here, the most likely is against that SMG, but you also don't want to let him farm. Give him too many fights and he starts to build up a bit of a bank account. 5-7 does take him out here though, so there you go. 2 kills converted. Aerial perhaps next on the chopping block. He's very low. I think it would still need 2 bullets from the MP7. Fire rate somewhat accommodates it. There you go. As Aerial takes the contact, he's out of there. Says, yeah, I don't want to take that fight. Somebody else do it. Does mean that he's no longer able to guard that Galil, so that will fall into enemy hands. TNL will be on a buy in the next round anyway, but, you know, a free rifle will always come welcomed with open arms. 8-6. Yano, piece by piece, keep creeping closer. And it's bizarre how history just repeats itself in this series. A bit of an off-the-cuff statement of, you know, TNL are really aggro on their T side, and they seem to love that. Oh, aerial. All right. Stop me in my tracks. But yeah, they're super aggro on their T side. They seem to thrive off of that, you know. When they move over to the defense, what are they going to do? And actually, that's really dictated the entire game. It's been really commanding on their attack. And the second they flip those sides, they just don't really know what to do here. Again, a couple of nice frags, but they've lost the sight. They're now playing for the retake with a man disadvantage. They've got a kit, but no real util. 2 flashbangs and one that isn't going to do all too much onto Alec. He'll still deliver. Yuki left for the 1v3. Familiar sight. The familiar outcome is going to be crunched from both angles. There's no way out of this one for him. He's in a little too deep here. Couldn't fall away to save. It's 8-7. Yano are about to close this gap, and they're about to do so a little bit earlier than they did on Mirage. It gives them a bit of a margin for error. Remember, it went 9-9. Then TNL were able to pull back ahead at 10-9. And whilst Yano were looking great, they didn't have that margin for error. Disaster struck. Airax disconnected. They lost a key round. The money broke and they spiraled off the back of it, but start from Onic at least. Great flashbang over aggresses. Punished for doing so. M4 knows he needs to be the hero, make the play. 1 for 1 won't cut it. Surely not good enough. Any other time, not so bad. Eagle doesn't clear his corners. Leaves it down to Zogan. P250. Bit of Kevlar behind him. Wants to try and recover that M4. Now he's got a bit of equity. Saying the matter, but doesn't expect yellow on that angle. 8-8. Scoreline tied up. Yano in pole position now, surely, to snatch this their way. Aggressive stuff. Just into the tunnels. Molly goes down. Onic. To be careful. Love that though. It's a little bit of initiative from TNL. It's the double stack on the box. It's a good angle. And again, it's the same. It's the same as Mirage. You see nothing from them out of their CT side until the scoreline's tied up. Then they put their thinking caps on. And they give us something a whole lot better. A lot of damage taken in that round, but only 1 casualty. It's a brilliant outcome for TNL. And at a time where, you know, it's not too late. It's not too far gone. This remains a map that hangs in the balance. One that I don't feel particularly qualified to predict. I have absolutely no idea who pulls ahead here in the final stages. Guess whoever wants it more. Both teams definitely proven that they're capable. Now they just need to get it over the line. HG into middle. Util deploy both ways. Big pick from Yuki. Flash over the top though as Onic Tries to cover a bit of ground. Behind this smoke, big kill. Oh my god, how does he get away with 2? That felt like a done deal on the trade for Airax. He misses it. Allo able to catch it back, but a 1v5. Best he can hope for here is a plant. He wants that money. It will come his way. If there's anyone I'd want in this clutch situation, I guess it would be this man right here. Decade of experience under his belt, but he can't connect the key shot needed. It's going to be 10 for TNL. Put their foot right back on the gas pedal when it's needed. And as some of you in the chat have said, it's absolute cinema. What more could you ask for? Who's gonna win? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I don't know. Becoming increasingly difficult to predict. Lashes into middle. Onic. Under a bit of pressure. Alu's just around this corner. It's like 9s. Don't normally pose much of a threat, but scoreline like this, yeah, they do. I'd be worried right now. Costa's a TNL fanboy? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. I'm all for the underdog story. I'm not a fanboy at all. I frankly couldn't care less who wins. But, you know, they're the underdogs. And I wasn't expecting them. I wasn't expecting them to win this. So the fact that they're doing it, it's impressive stuff. Zogan, up on top of the boot. Here's the plant. Oh, that's huge. Oh, my God. How does he get away with 2? Even while blinded. That is perfect. Alu and Henu. Now without the bomb control. In a tough spot. That's for sure. Recognising that this round is more than likely cooked. Seeing if they can do any damage regardless, and the answer is no. It's a good shot from Yuki. A brilliant finish from Onic. Gets TNL onto 11 rounds. They just need to get it over the line. It was something that they didn't have too much trouble doing in those final rounds of Mirage. They were miles off the mark on Nuke. That one didn't even come close, but ready to roll here. Incendiary over the top. Yuki. AWP posted. Oh, man. Sim forward. That's a beautiful double from Henu. Yano stepping up to the plate at a time when it's needed. It's a little bit messy there for the third. Yano's able to trade it regardless. 3v2. Just over the box. Nope, they've made the noise. That's it. Get out of there. Go save. Goes for more. Yeah, let's have a little peek over this smoke. See if we can find a pick. We bring it to an early 2-on-2. We'll play for the retake too. Nope. One of us can't jump. At the end of the day, you've got to give... I love the... I've only just noticed Zogan's haircut. The 50-50. It's bold. But yeah, you know, you've got to give Yano the benefit of the doubt a little bit, right? You do. Because when you are playing at this level, right, you can't expect... The fact that they have better individuals and they're better on paper and they have better history doesn't cut it. Because when you're playing at this level and you're against players that have mechanical ability as TNL do, you need more than just those individuals. You need to sort of have that team cohesion. And they've only been together a week. Yeah, this iteration of the roster has been a complete overhaul of the Yano team, and they've only been together a week. So you've got to cut them a bit of slack. You've got to give them a bit of time. That isn't to say that this hasn't been a bit of a disappointing result, especially if they're not able to claw this back. But expectations are always too high. People expect a new roster to just click, and very rarely the case. 4v4. TNL teed up to perhaps get it on to series point. They need to win these duels. And who's found the first onto the site again? But Yuki delivers over and over with this AWP. Picks up 3. Zogan and Stomac will hold down the line as well. Make sure that the spacing's perfect for that AWP. To just keep on firing. No interruptions. No swing for the trade. And 12-9, Yano need 3 in a row to take us to overtime here. An attack pause and an incredibly appropriate time for one. It's an important round. Neither team, of course, want to drop down to that elimination bracket. It's going to be a bloody hard game in the next, whatever happens here, right? If TNL win this, the likelihood is they face up against Koi in that winners game. Unless there's an upset. If there is an upset, then, you know, it's even harder in that losers bracket. If Yano can't overcome this, though, and things go as the odds suggest, they'd be facing up against Ents Academy, their regional rivals, for elimination, and we'd be waving goodbye to one of the Finns here in Group B, and it's looking increasingly likely as the opening duels do not go the way of Yano. And the rifles just keep bopping heads. It's Stomac and Khan to finish it off, and it will be Khan to draw the final frag of the series. 13-9 to finish things off here on Ancient. A 2-1 victory there for TNL. And impressive stuff, to be perfectly honest. The underdogs, I think everyone was very much expecting a victory there from Yano. And whilst they looked amazing on Nuke, and you could see over this past 8 days, they've clearly been putting some preparations in place for Nuke. TNL looks a little bit lost on that map. Maybe something that they need to develop a little bit further if they're going to float it, if they're going to insist on banning Inferno. But yeah, the second that they found themselves on Mirage, a very pug-centric map, one that really played into their style of getting very aggressive, and on Ancient as well, that similar kind of theme. They really, really stole the show, and they were an impressive team. So that's going to wrap things up for that match and today's broadcast as a whole as well. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I've been M&J. You will be seeing a little bit more of me over the next few days. So yeah, make sure you tune in. Same time, same place tomorrow for more Galaxy Battle action. Have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and we'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.